Hello to all my dear followers. Today I bring you the complete fanfic of What if Naruto fell in love with Rias Gremory in Naruto's world? Remember, if you want more fanfic like that, just leave a like, comment and subscribe. Now then, enjoy!
Chapter 1, Parchment. It was a normal day in Konoha, and at the entrance to the village we can see Tsunade, the 5th Hokage of Konoha, who was seeing off Team 10, whom she had sent on a research mission. Shizun, do you know where Naruto is? I haven't seen him for several days, the blonde asked, looking at her dark-haired assistant. He's training with Master Jiraiya, replied the dark-haired woman, holding a small piglet in her arms. I see. Thank you, Shizun. You can take the rest of the day off. I'll go see them, said Tsunade, starting to leave Konoha and enter the forest. The assistant was surprised by her teacher's attitude, as she had been acting somewhat serious for several days. Meanwhile, in the training fields we can see a blonde boy and an older man, both of them under a tree. The man was writing on a scroll, and the blonde boy was sleeping, leaning on his back. I think it's about time I left for the mission, the man said, starting to pack his things and gently setting the blonde man down on the ground. Take good care of yourself, son, and become the best Hokage there can be. Goodbye, Naruto, Jiraiya said with a smile. A few hours later Naruto began to wake up, feeling a little cold. Huh? Ero-sennin? Where did that dirty old man go? He's probably at the hot springs doing his research, as he calls it, said Naruto as he stood up and stretched his body a little. Naruto walked through the forest, listening to the crickets and watching the fireflies fly around him. How nice, thought the blonde boy as he smiled. Then Naruto arrived home, ate, and went to sleep. Thus night gave way to day, and in the village of Konoha its people walked through its streets or opened their shops. And in the blonde man's house we can see him sleeping with his mouth open and some saliva coming out of it. Naruto was awakened as the sun's rays struck his eyelids, causing him to grimace in disgust and slowly open his eyes. Ugh, is it already morning? I'd better get up and start training. I suppose Ero-sennin will see me at the training grounds, Naruto said, letting out a big yawn as he stood up. A few minutes later, the blonde man was already dressed and preparing breakfast. The blonde boy's attention was drawn by the door. Naruto went to open it and saw Shikamaru. Hey Shikamaru, what brings you to my house? Naruto said with a smile. Well Naruto, the Hokage wants to see you in her office immediately, Shikamaru replied, his voice serious. Okay, let me turn off the stove, alright? Said the blonde, seeing that his friend nodded. Then Naruto and Shikamaru headed towards the Hokage tower, where upon arriving the blonde boy found Kakashi, Sakura, Sali, and a few toads. I already brought it, Lady Tsunade, Shikamaru said, bowing. Thank you, Shikamaru. You can leave now, the blonde replied. Shikamaru bowed again and left the office, but not before lightly touching the blonde man's shoulder. And why did you make me come here? Naruto asked, curiosity in his voice. He must be Jiraiya's student, right? The toad asked. Yes, he is Naruto Uzumaki, Tsunade replied seriously. Small? Why are you referring to Ero-sennin as if he were a child? Naruto asked, pointing at the toad. Naruto, that's Master Jiraiya, Shizun said, looking at the blonde boy. Well, what do you want from me, old hermit? Naruto asked. I suppose the most important thing is that little Jiraiya has died in battle, said the toad. What are you saying? Naruto asked in surprise. Little Jiraiya left a message after he died, the toad replied, taking off his robes and turning around. Did you let him go, Grandma? Naruto asked. That's right, Tsunade replied from her desk. Why did you allow that stupidity? How could you let him go to such a dangerous place alone? Naruto asked, annoyance evident in his voice. Enough, Naruto, Kakashi said, looking at the blonde boy. He clenched his fist and left the office, but was stopped by the toad's voice. Naruto Uzumaki, this wasn't given to you by little Jiraiya before he died, said the toad. Seeing that Naruto had turned around, the toad threw a scroll to the blonde man, who caught it in his hands. He told us to give it to his student, replied the toad. Naruto looked at the scroll and saw that it had an emblem he didn't recognize. What's this? Naruto asked, showing the scroll to the toad. Tsunade caught a glimpse of the emblem and raised an eyebrow. I can't believe he entrusted that scroll to Jiraiya, Tsunade said. You know, we'll talk about this later, Naruto said. Leaving the office and holding back tears, the blonde boy left the Hokage tower and headed towards the forest outside Konoha, where he sat down under a tree, unable to hold back his tears any longer. In the distance, on a tree branch, we can see Shikamaru watching his friend cry. Shikamaru jumped from the tree branch and landed in front of the blonde boy who was in a fetal position. The Nara boy sat down next to the blonde boy. Naruto, I'm not very good at this, but I don't know what it's like to lose someone so precious, like Master Jiraiya was to you. But if you need to cry or let it all out, you can. I won't tell anyone, Shikamaru said. Naruto leaned back on Shikamaru's shoulder and began to cry harder, and Shikamaru hugged the blonde boy. A few hours later, Naruto calmed down, and the blonde boy asked Shikamaru to leave him alone. Naruto was sitting under the tree looking at the lake, and seeing that the water's reflection was turning orange, a sign that it was getting dark. Naruto put his hands in his pants pockets, and in one of them, he took the scroll that the wise toad had given him before leaving the Hokage's office. Oh yes, Erosen left this for me. Jiraiya-sensei, what could it be? Is it a jutsu? A collection of his erotic books? Or perhaps, the Hokage said that she couldn't possibly entrust that to Jiraiya-sensei. Judging by the Hokage's expression, it has a lot to do with me. The blonde boy muttered to himself as he examined the scroll, particularly the emblem in the center sealing it, along with straps at either end. The blonde man loosened the straps, peeled off the seal, and began to open it, recognizing the fourth Hokage's handwriting. According to this, the fourth Hokage arranged a marriage for his son, a son with the daughter of a foreign man. But the fourth Hokage had no children and never married. Or so they say, said Naruto, looking at a small piece of paper that fell to the ground. The blonde man took it and saw a red symbol. What is this? It doesn't seem dangerous since it was here. But I don't understand what this has to do with me, said the blonde man. Everything, Naruto, everything, Tsunade said, startling the blonde boy who turned his head and saw the blonde girl. And, how long have you been here? The blonde man asked. The blonde sat down next to Naruto and took the scroll. Well, I think it's time you found out the identity of your parents and the reason for this scroll, Tsunade said, noticing that the blonde boy was staring at her intently. Do you know who my parents are? Naruto asked, curiosity in his voice. Yes, Naruto, I know, and I got to know them very well, Tsunade replied. Naruto settled in and gave his full attention to the blonde, who took a breath. All right, Naruto, let's start from the beginning. You should be proud of your parents, since they gave their lives for Konoha, but the main reason was you, and they were shinobi respected and feared by all. Your mother's name is Kushina Uzumaki, one of the few Uzumaki who were still alive, and your father was the only known member of the clan so far, and that's why he's remembered to this day. And your father's name is Minato Namikaze, and the reason for that scroll is because your parents wanted to prevent the Uzumaki clan from becoming completely extinct, in case something happened to your mother during your upbringing, and to protect you from joining the restoration of clans in the shinobi world. And the reason why that girl's parents agreed was because where they came from they were going through many difficulties and all the noble clans were being annihilated. At first I didn't understand why your parents made that kind of contract. Then Kushina explained it to me and I understood, Tsunade said, looking at the blonde man. No, I don't know what to say. It's a lot of information to take in, but what I don't understand is why they wanted to force me to marry a girl I don't know, Naruto said curiously. Look, Naruto, the Gremories, that's their last name, and that's your future wife's last name too. They didn't want you two to go to bed one night and wake up and be told, look, he's going to be your husband and she's going to be your wife, and the wedding will be in 3 weeks. No, they wanted you to get to know each other, to see how things developed between you, and if it was necessary to use the contract, Tsunade replied seriously. So, the four of them didn't want to force us to get married, but at the same time they did, Naruto said. Let's say yes anyway, Naruto, as you know, that never happened because of the Nine-Tails attack on Konoha, and I thought Minato took that scroll to his grave, but it turns out he gave it to Jiraiya. Naruto, for my part, I don't know anything more about that scroll. If you want to know more, you'll have to drop a few drops of blood onto that little piece of paper, because that paper only reacts to the blood of your parents, and since you're their son, you can do it too. To help you understand better, That little piece of paper reacts to your DNA because you have Minato and Kushina's blood, Tsunade said, standing up. I'm going to leave you alone so you can think carefully about what you want to do with that scroll and what you have in your hands. Goodbye, Naruto, said Tsunade, starting to walk towards the village. The blonde man stared at the piece of paper for a few minutes and then placed it on the ground. With his other hand, he took out a kunai and brought it closer to his free hand. Do I really want to do this? Maybe that girl already has a boyfriend. Naruto wondered. The blonde man thought for a few minutes until he put away the kunai, gathered everything up, and went home. In another dimension, we can see a girl with reddish hair, sitting on a sofa, being scolded by her parents. Listen, young lady, you can't be undressing in front of just anyone, and especially not playing with your virginity, the red-haired man said, annoyance in his voice. So what did you want me to do? Marry a disgusting guy who only wants me for show? Who doesn't love me? Is that what you want, father? For me to be unhappy for the rest of my life? The girl said, sitting on the sofa. Daughter, I don't want that for you. All I want is your happiness, the girl's mother replied. Rias, you can go to your room, said the woman, seeing the girl get up and leave the room. Rias Gremory, this conversation isn't over. Come here, the man said. Zeoticus, leave her alone. Or do I need to remind you that we already arranged a marriage for our daughter? The woman said, hands on her hips. No, of course not. I'm very aware of that. But Venelana, Minato, and Kushina never called us. So we don't know if their son has already established a life or perhaps already has children or grandchildren. Zeoticus replied. Yes, of course, grandfather, at 16 years old, Zeoticus, perhaps if we reveal the existence of that scroll, perhaps, just perhaps, we can prevent that marriage that you and Surzex arranged, Venelana replied. The redhead sat down on the sofa and let out a big sigh. And where is that parchment, Venelana? Zeoticus asked curiously. Because even though it might not be obvious, I don't want that man to be my daughter's husband either, Zeoticus commented. It's in my closet. I never lost it, Venelana replied with a smile. By the way, your opposition to this marriage is very obvious, said Venelana, walking towards a large wardrobe and taking out a wooden case. The brunette woman opened the case and took out a scroll identical to the one given to Naruto, except that it had a seal of the Uzumaki clan. The next day, the entire Gremory family was having breakfast, and a great tension could be felt in the air. Rias, your father and I wanted to tell you that we're going to cancel your marriage to Riser Phoenix, Venelana said, drawing Rias's attention. So? And how? Rias asked, her voice indifferent. I don't know, if you remember, when we went to some kind of village, do you remember? Venelana asked curiously. MHMN. Not very well, why? Rias said, looking at her mother seriously. Venelana magically conjured a scroll in front of the redhead, who took it. And this is going to cancel my marriage to Riser? Rias asked seriously. Yes, my little one, but you're not going to like what it says on that parchment either, Rias replied Venelana. Rias opened the parchment and began to read it, and her expression changed from serious to completely angry. The redhead gripped the parchment tightly in her hand. Does this have to be some kind of sick joke? Is this the only way out? To leave one arranged marriage and enter another? Mother, father, I'm going to ask you a favor, okay? Stay out of my life, Rias said, getting up from the dining room and leaving the room. Rias went to her room, lay down on the bed, and covered a scream with her pillow. Why? Why do they have to decide about my life? Rias asked, anger in her voice. In another dimension, Naruto was sitting eating, while thinking about what to do with the scroll. What do I do? Naruto wondered, looking at the scroll on the side of the dining room table. The blonde man set aside the bowl of ramen, picked up the parchment and opened it, taking out the slip of paper. I just hope I'm not messing things up, Naruto said, taking the knife and slightly cutting his palm. She dropped a few drops of blood onto the emblem on the piece of paper, which began to glow, causing the drops of blood to evaporate. In another dimension, Rias was lying in bed when she turned her gaze towards the parchment. And this is supposed to be my only way out of this marriage with Phoenix, Rias said, looking at the parchment. As Rias looked at the parchment, it began to glow, which caught the attention of the blonde, who took it with both hands and opened it completely and saw that at the end of the text it had the same emblem as the seal. Rias drew a magic circle, which appeared in the dining room, while the parchment shone brightly. The redhead threw the parchment, which fell onto the dining room floor. Everyone present saw the emblem rise from the parchment paper. "What is happening?" Venelana asked, slowly backing away. "I don't know, Mother. That thing just started glowing out of nowhere," Rias replied. "I believe that Minato or Kushina activated the spell to be able to go to the shinobi world," Xiaticus replied seriously. In the shinobi world, the emblem on the slip of paper had finished glowing, and the blonde man slowly opened his eyes and, looking around, saw everything in his apartment as completely normal. What? Was that all? Naruto wondered, looking under the table and not seeing anything unusual. "Hey brat, what did you do?" A deep voice asked in the blonde boy's mind. "Kyubi, what do you want?" Naruto said seriously. "And for your answer, I only did what the Hokage told me to do if he wanted answers. Just curious, brat. Wait a minute, didn't you activate that thing? Or did you?" The fox asked. "Activate? Well, I think so," Naruto replied, looking at the seal above the dining room. "The only thing I'm going to tell you is that you put the noose around your own neck, you castrated yourself, you got the toxic dog, and you'll never be able to put into practice the teachings of the pervert who trained you," the fox replied in Naruto's mind. "What did you say?" Naruto asked, receiving no answer from the bijou. "Great. Now I really don't understand anything at all," Naruto said, letting out a sigh. "I'd better pretend this never happened," Naruto thought as he went to his room to clean up. Near the gates of Konoha, a red circle appeared, and from that circle emerged the Gremory family. "And where are we?" Rias asked, curiosity in her voice, seeing that they were in the middle of a beautiful forest. "Daughter, we are near the village where Minato and Kushina live," Venelana replied, noticing that Rias was somewhat serious. "All right, let's go. The Namikaze will be waiting for us," said Xiaticus with a small smile, starting to walk followed by the two women. The Gremory family walked for about 15 minutes until they reached the great gates of Konoha. "Nice name," Rias commented as she read the name of the village written on the entrance gates. "All right, girls, we need to go to that red building," Xiaticus said, pointing to the Hokage tower. The two nodded, and the three of them entered the village and began walking all over the village until they reached the Hokage tower. Upon arriving at the Hokage tower, the Gremory family was stopped by a man and a woman wearing animal masks. "Who are you?" the woman asked, her voice serious. "Ahem. Well, I'll get to the point. We've come to see the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze," Xiaticus replied with a smile. The two guards looked at each other and then at the redhead. "Sir, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, is dead, and today marks 16 years since his death," replied the ANBU. "What?" Xiaticus asked, surprise in his voice. "Great. A ghost called us," Rias said mockingly, behind her parents who were staring at her. "So who is the current Hokage?" Venelana asked curiously. "Tsunade Senju," the two ANBU replied in unison. Meanwhile, with Naruto, the blonde man was finishing getting ready when the sound of a knock at the door caught his attention. Naruto walked to the door and opened it, seeing that it was an ANBU with a gift box in her hands. Hello Yugao," said the blonde man, looking at the ANBU. "Happy birthday, Naruto," the ANBU said happily, which surprised the blonde boy. "Happy birthday. Is it my birthday?" Naruto asked, curiosity in his voice. "So, how many blondes do I give gifts to every October 10th? replied the Ambu, entering the blonde's apartment. "Oh, of course, it's my birthday. I'd completely forgotten," said Naruto, sitting down on the sofa. The woman sat down next to Naruto and removed her mask, leaving it on the table along with the gift. "Naruto, I heard what happened to Master Jiraiya, and I'm so sorry. And I want to tell you not to be sad about his death. He wouldn't have wanted you to be like this. Master Jiraiya would want to see you happy and with that lovely smile you always have," Yugao said with a smile, giving him a small hug. "Thank you, Yugao," Naruto said with a small smile, looking at the woman. "Okay, here, open it. I hope you like it," Yugao said with a smile, handing the gift box to the blonde man. He took it and began to open it. Upon opening the box, Naruto took out a red trench coat with black fire printed on the bottom. "That's very nice. Thank you, Yugao," Naruto said, giving the woman a hug which she returned affectionately. The blonde put on the trench coat, seeing that it suited him well. "It looks great on you, Naruto," Yugao said with a smile, glancing at the clock to see that it was 15 minutes to 7 a.m. "Naruto, you'll have to excuse me, but I have to go to work," Yugao said, putting on her mask. "Don't worry, Yugao, I have to go out too. I'll go talk to the Hokage," the blonde replied. "Good. That way we can talk a little more on the way," Yugao said, leaving the apartment, followed by the blonde man. In the Hokage tower, in the Hokage's office, we can see the Gremory family talking to the blonde woman, who was filling them in on what had happened to Minato and Kushina, and about Naruto. "Poor boy, he must be having a hard time," said Venelana. "So that's why they never notified us to come," said Zeoticus. "That's right, Mr. and Mrs. Gremory, and from what I can gather, it was Naruto who activated the seal," the blonde replied. "And where does Naruto live? So we can go visit him and offer our condolences for the loss of his mentor," Venelana said, looking at Tsunade. "He lives near the center of Konoha." Tsunade was interrupted by Rias, who noticed the blonde looking out the window. "Someone landed on the window," Rias said, pointing towards where a boy with blonde hair, blue eyes, and wearing orange and a red trench coat was standing. "Or he just arrived," said the Hokage as she saw Naruto approach the window. Tsunade stood up from her chair and opened the window, allowing the blonde man to enter the office. "Good morning, Lady Hokage. I have to tell you about that scroll that Jiraiya-sensei left me," Naruto said with some seriousness. "Naruto, your answer is behind you," Tsunade replied, sitting down in her chair. Naruto turned around and saw a red-haired man, a red-haired girl, and a brown-haired woman. It's a pleasure to meet you all. My name is Naruto Uzumaki." The blonde boy introduced himself, giving a small bow. Did he forget to be polite? Or is he trying to make a good impression? Tsunade wondered, raising an eyebrow at Naruto's overly polite demeanor. "A pleasure, Naruto. My name is Zeoticus Gremory." The man introduced himself, bowing. "It's a pleasure, Naruto. My name is Venelana Gremory," said the brunette woman, bowing. "Nice to meet you. My name is Rias Gremory," said the red-haired girl, giving a small bow. "Naruto, they are the Gremory family mentioned in the scroll Jiraiya left you," Tsunade said. "Naruto, we're here because you activated the seal that bore the Gremory clan emblem," Zeoticus said with a small smile. "Yes, darling, that's why we're here, and we also want to tell you how sorry we are for your loss," Venelana said, giving the blonde man a hug, which he returned seconds later. After Venelana broke the hug, the blonde man began to speak. "Well, since you're all here, I wanted to tell you that explanations aren't necessary. Last night I carefully read the scroll and managed to understand the reason why you made that deal. And you, Rias, who seems to be my wife, I want to tell you that I don't want to force you to do anything you don't want to do," Naruto said seriously, noticing Rias staring at him. Chapter 02. Food at Ichiraku. The blonde man had arrived at the Hokage office, and there he found the Gremory family, which was the family of his future wife, and who did not seem very happy about the idea of getting married. "Rias, I know it's hard to accept that you're suddenly going to marry a man you don't know, but I can assure you that I'm not going to force you to marry me, and I didn't activate that thing just because I wanted a wife. I just want answers, and I have some of them. That's why I called you," the blonde man said. "If you're interested, I can explain things better," Naruto said, looking at the redhead. "So what are you going to tell me?" the redhead replied, somewhat annoyed. "And let me make this clear, Naruto, I don't want to marry you. I'm in love with another man. That's mutual. I don't want to marry you either. I already have enough to deal with, this village hating me for having the nine-tailed demon fox sealed inside my stomach, let alone being married at 16. What I'm proposing is a friendship. It's up to you what you want to do with your life. I just want to fulfill part of this contract, which is to get to know each other. Do you understand, Rias?" Naruto replied, his voice serious, and catching Tsunade's attention, who stared at him intently because of the blonde's attitude. Rias remained silent upon hearing the blonde's words, whose attitude had completely changed when he answered him. "Okay, whatever you want, Naruto," said the redhead, somewhat surprised by Naruto's response. "And that's all you wanted to do, Naruto?" Vanillana asked curiously. "Yes, Mrs. Gremory. Now that Rias doesn't want to know what that contract says, I'll take my leave." "I have work to do," said Naruto, walking to the window and leaving the blonde's office, who was very surprised. "So what do we do now?" Vanillana asked, watching Naruto leap across the rooftops of Konoha. "Well, seeing what happened, let's go get something to eat. Lady Hokage, where can we find a good place to eat and stay for a few days?" Zyodicus said. "Ah, she already told someone to help them find a hotel and a restaurant," Tsunade said, looking out the window. The blonde man had landed in the middle of the street, scaring several children who were playing and adults who were passing by. "All right, time to get back to my training," said Naruto, starting to walk with his hands behind his head. "What's wrong?" the fox asked in the blonde man's mind. "Nothing, nothing. And why are you so interested in what's happening to me?" Naruto replied as he walked away. "Just curious, and since I'm awake, I overheard what you said to that redhead girl, which surprised me a bit, since you're not the type of person to reject people so rudely, especially women," said the fox. "Look, I told Rias that because she said she wasn't interested in getting married and that she was in love with another man, which I don't care about. I just want to fulfill part of that stupid contract. Besides, Rias was being defensive and I just wanted to explain the contract to her better, but she wouldn't listen. And I'm not about to beg anyone," Naruto replied, arriving at the gates of Konoha. When Naruto didn't get a response from the fox, he assumed it hadn't paid attention and had fallen asleep, so Naruto headed towards the Konoha training grounds. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, we can see Rias sitting in a chair next to the photos of the former Hokage, waiting for the man who would take them to a hotel and then to a restaurant. The redhead began to carefully examine each photo of the Hokage until she reached the fourth one, and the man who appeared there looked very similar to Naruto. "She looks a lot like Naruto," Rias said, drawing the attention of the blonde, who turned her gaze towards the redhead. "Rias, that man looks like Naruto, since that's what Minato looks like," Tsunade replied. "I see, except that I'm only now seeing what Naruto's father looked like," the redhead replied. "I think I offended Naruto with what I said," Rias thought as she played with a lock of hair between her fingers. Just then, the office door creaked, catching the attention of the blonde, who indicated that they could come in. "Good morning, Lady Hokage. Did you call me?" Kakashi said, entering the office. "Yes, Kakashi. I called you to take the Gremory family to the hotel where the Kages and feudal lords stay when they come to Konoha, and also to a restaurant," Tsunade replied with a smile. "Gremory? Aren't they the family that came here before Naruto was born?" the silver-haired man asked. "That's right, Kakashi," Tsunade replied. "How much you've grown, Kakashi," Vanillana said, looking at the silver-haired man. "Yes, and many years have passed," Kakashi replied, turning his head to the left and seeing a young girl with reddish hair. "You must be little Rias, right?" said the silver-haired man, approaching the redhead and gently stroking her hair. "Do you know me?" Rias asked curiously, looking at Kakashi. "Rias, Kakashi will look after you for a few days while your mother and I take care of a few things with Naruto's parents," Zyodicus said, standing to the side of Vanillana. "Oh, I see," Rias replied, sounding a little down. "What's wrong with you?" Kakashi asked, looking at the redhead. "Kakashi, I think I offended Naruto. You know him, right?" Rias asked. "Do I know him? Of course I know him. Naruto is my student," Kakashi replied. "So you know where he lives?" Rias asked. "Sure, what do you need it for?" the silver-haired man asked curiously. "I want to apologize to him," Rias replied. "All right, I'll take you to their house, but first I'll take you to the best hotel in the whole village and then to the restaurant," Kakashi said. A few minutes later, the Gremory family left the Hokage Tower, guided by Kakashi, who took them to a hotel near the blonde man's house and then to a restaurant. "All right, Gremory family, if you ever need me, just call reception and say you need me, and I'll come. Now, Miss Gremory, I'll take you to Naruto's house," Kakashi said. The redhead nodded, got up from the sofa, and left her parents' room. "I'll be right back," Rias said as Kakashi left the room. Rias and Kakashi left the hotel and started walking towards the blonde man's house. Kakashi took Rias to a medium-sized building. Naruto lives on the top floor, Kakashi said, starting to climb the stairs, followed by the redhead. Upon reaching the top floor, Rias saw a single door, which had the emblem of the Uzumaki clan painted on the front. Rias knocked several times without getting an answer. The redhead knocked again without getting a response from inside. "He's not here," Rias said, moving a little away from the door. "Well, if Naruto isn't here, he's out training," Kakashi commented, leaning against the wall next to the door. "And could you give me a ride?" Rias asked, looking at the silver-haired man who was arching his only visible eye. "Sure. And why so much interest in seeing Naruto?" Kakashi replied. "As I already told you, I think... No, I'm sure I offended Naruto, and I want to apologize," Rias replied. "Okay, I understand. Let's go to the training fields. They're a bit far. Could you keep up with me?" said the silver-haired man, jumping and landing on the railing. Rias spread her wings with a smile. "I think so," Rias replied, moving her wings slightly. Kakashi jumped and landed on the roof of one of the lower houses. Rias approached the railing and saw a blur moving between the rooftops. "He is fast," Rias said before quickly rising into the air and catching up with Kakashi. After a few minutes, Kakashi stopped in the middle of the gates of Konoha, and seconds later Rias landed. "All right, the training grounds are in that direction," Kakashi said, pointing towards the forest. "Well, I just hope he's there," Rias said, following the silver-haired man into the forest. After a few minutes of walking, Kakashi and Rias arrived at the training fields. Rias began searching for Naruto with her eyes, but saw no one in the area. "Naruto isn't around here. He must be further over." Kakashi was interrupted by a powerful explosion whose shockwave reached them. Rias covered her skirt with one hand to prevent it from riding up and revealing her underwear, and with the other she covered her face. "It seems Naruto is in that direction," Rias said, observing the large cloud of smoke that rose up. The two walked in the direction of the smoke screen, and along the way the wind would become very violent and then calm down. "Kakashi, why does the wind get violent and then calm down?" Rias asked curiously. "Well, judging by the big explosion earlier and by how the wind is behaving, Naruto is training in wind-style jutsus," Kakashi replied, his voice relaxed. "Wind-style jutsus?" Rias asked, noticing that Kakashi had stopped walking. Kakashi and Rias looked up at the sky, and they both saw a gigantic wind dragon rise up, unleash a great roar, and then crash into the ground, creating a huge explosion followed by a shockwave. Was that a dragon?" Rias asked, surprise in her voice. Of course he was, Rias. "Come on, Naruto is nearby," Kakashi replied, continuing to walk, followed by Rias. After walking for a few minutes, Kakashi and Rias arrived at a training field that had craters in the ground and trees cut in half. Rias saw that behind a tree there was a suitcase. "Rias, there's our blonde friend," said Kakashi, drawing the attention of the redhead who looked ahead and saw Naruto in the middle of the training field, who at first glance looked tired. The blonde boy stumbled a little and then fell. Rias reacted quickly and made a shield, causing the blonde boy to fall on top of her, thus preventing Naruto from falling to the ground and getting hurt. Kakashi and Rias approached the blonde man, who was breathing heavily but seemed pleased with himself. I did it, sensei," Naruto said, seeing the silver-haired man in front of him. "Achieve what? Exhaust all your chakra? Which is almost impossible anyway," Kakashi asked. "What? No, sensei. I managed to perfect the wind dragon jutsu," Naruto replied wearily. "Rias, what are you doing here?" Naruto asked, looking at the redhead next to Kakashi. "Well, I came to apologize," Rias replied, looking at the blonde man. "Apologize? And why?" Naruto asked curiously. "Naruto, I'll go get a bottle of water. I'll be right back," said Kakashi, disappearing into thin air. Rias crouched down and helped Naruto to his feet. Rias put one of Naruto's arms over her shoulders and wrapped her arm around his waist, pulling him towards her and helping him walk. "Rias, I'm not so bad off that you need to help me walk, Naruto said. Naruto, you almost fainted, you need help, Rias replied, approaching a tree and sitting Naruto down, then sitting next to him. I'm sorry, Naruto, please. I shouldn't have said what I said. I was actually quite upset because my parents arranged a marriage for me with a disgusting old man I don't love and have no interest in being with, and I was on the defensive. Please forgive me, Rias said. Rias, you don't have to apologize or beg like that. Of course what you said bothered me, and that's why I reacted that way, and now I understand the reason for your attitude better, Naruto replied. Seriously, Naruto? You're not mad at me, are you? The redhead asked, looking at the blonde boy. Yes, Rias, as I already told you, there's nothing to apologize for, and if you'd like, I can explain things better, Naruto said with a smile. I would be delighted, Rias replied with a smile on her face. Rias got up and helped the blonde boy to his feet, and the two of them walked slowly towards Konoha. A few minutes later, Kakashi returned with the water and looked around, finding neither the blonde nor the redhead anywhere. They're gone, good, better for me, said the silver-haired man, opening the bottle, lowering his mask, and drinking water from it. Meanwhile, Naruto and Rias were arriving at Ichiraku Ramen, where they went inside and sat down. Hey Naruto, the usual? Tucci said with a smile. Yes, please. But old man, I'm with someone, so make it two of you, please, said the blonde man with a smile. All right, Naruto. I'll bring them to the table in a moment, Tucci said with a smile, entering the kitchen. Sit down, Rias, Naruto said with a smile, helping Rias to her seat, and he sat in the chair next to the redhead. Do you come here often? Rias asked with a smile. Yes, that's right. I have breakfast, lunch, and dinner here, Naruto replied with a smile. Naruto, do you only eat ramen? Rias asked. Yes, for me ramen should be food fit for the gods themselves, Naruto replied excitedly, with some saliva escaping his mouth. Well, Naruto, it's not that big of a deal. It's not like the gods eat very well. I'm telling you from experience, demons eat better, Rias replied, wiping the blonde saliva with a napkin. I'm sorry, Rias. It's just that talking about ramen really excites me. And it was the first customer meal I ever ate, Naruto replied with a broad smile. Rias didn't understand what the blonde guy meant when Iam arrived with 2 bowls of ramen. Enjoy your meal, Iam said with a smile, heading towards the kitchen. All right, Rias, you're going to have the honor of tasting the best ramen in the whole world, Naruto said with a smile, taking the chopsticks and separating them with his mouth. I'm about to find out, Uzumaki replied Rias with a smile, starting to eat the ramen. Rias began eating the ramen slowly and gradually increased her speed. Naruto, seeing Rias eating the ramen, smiled and continued eating. After a few minutes, Rias and Naruto left Ichiraku with their stomachs full. Okay, now let's get down to business, Naruto said with a serious tone in his voice. Okay, start wherever you want, Rias replied, walking to the side of the blonde man. Well, our parents made that marriage contract saying that you and I should get married, since at the time the contract was made, this world and yours were at war. So your father, Xiaticus Gremory, and my father, Minato Namikaze, made that contract to ensure the existence of the Uzumaki and Gremory clans, and since we are the heirs of our respective clans, they wanted or want that our well-being be secured by having us marry and have a child, Naruto said seriously. So, they did it for our own good? Rias asked, looking at the blonde man. That's right, but I think your parents want to marry you off to whoever crosses their path, Naruto replied. If only you knew what they've done, and I've rejected and avoided them until they found out last night, Rias said, looking away. So what happened? Naruto asked curiously, looking at the redhead. Well, it turns out my father arranged a marriage for me with one of the sons of the noble clans of my world, but there was a reason not to do that, and it was to lose my virginity. And well, I was going to do it with a boy I don't like. I was so desperate that I went to find him and we almost did it, Rias replied, blushing slightly with embarrassment. Well, that doesn't make sense, if they had already arranged a wedding before, Naruto replied, putting his hands behind his neck. Do you think so? Rias asked curiously. Naruto nodded with a smile. So the two continued walking while talking a little until sunset arrived and Naruto took Rias to the hotel. Thank you, Naruto, for accompanying me, Rias said with a smile. You're welcome, Rias. Besides, I'm not going to leave you walking alone in a place you don't know, Naruto replied. Goodbye, Rias. See you later, said Naruto, starting to walk away. Hey, Naruto, Rias shouted, seeing that Naruto had turned his head in her direction. What happened? Naruto asked curiously, looking at the redhead. Could we have breakfast together tomorrow? Rias asked, blushing slightly. Hee. Sure. I'll be here at 8 o'clock waiting for you, Naruto replied with a smile and started walking. Okay. I'll be waiting for you, Rias replied with a smile. So she entered the hotel, went to her room, turned on the television, and started changing the channels. What? There's no Dragon Ball Z here, Rias asked as she flipped through the channels, finally finding the anime. The Frieza Saga, Rias said excitedly, starting to watch television. As Naruto arrived home, he saw the suitcase containing his red trench coat, and inside the suitcase was a note from Kakashi. You forgot it, and by the way, happy birthday, sincerely, Kakashi, Naruto read, taking the suitcase and entering the house, where he opened the suitcase and took out his trench coat and a medium-sized, thin gift box. Naruto removed the wrapping paper and opened the box, and when he saw what was inside, he smiled and a few tears escaped him. So she's my mother. She's very beautiful, said Naruto, looking at a picture of Minato and Kushina. Thank you, sensei, Naruto said with a smile on his face. Meanwhile, in another part of the shinobi world, we can see a village in the rain, and in a building we can see two silhouettes. It's time to go after the Kyuubi Konin, said the Akatsuki leader, turning his gaze towards the rain, his eyes perfectly visible. Morning was breaking, and at the Shiba Hotel the guests were asleep, and in Rias's room we can see her coming out of the bathroom in a towel. The redhead checked the time and saw that Naruto would arrive for breakfast in an hour. I have an hour to get ready, and I don't want to keep Naruto waiting, Rias said, taking off her towel and starting to get dressed. While Rias was getting dressed, the doorbell rang, catching Rias's attention. She heard Venelana's voice. Come in, Mom, Rias replied, seeing Venelana enter the room and see her daughter getting ready. And where are you going, looking so pretty? Venelana asked, sitting down on the bed. Mom, I'm going to have breakfast with Naruto, and I only have 30 minutes to get ready, the redhead replied as she put on her skirt. Oh my, I didn't know they had already started dating, Venelana said with a smile. Mom, we didn't start dating. I just invited him to breakfast and he accepted, Rias replied with a smile. Rias, where are you going to take him? You don't have any money from this world, much less know Konoha, Venelana said, watching Rias pause for a few seconds. Damn it, I didn't think of that. What do I do now? I can't go downstairs when Naruto arrives and tell him, no, Naruto, breakfast is cancelled, because I'm such an idiot for forgetting this isn't his world, Rias said, sitting next to Venelana. Don't worry, Rias, you can invite him to breakfast at the hotel restaurant and problem solved. I don't think Naruto will say no, Venelana replied with a smile. You're right, Mom. Okay, how do I look? Rias asked, getting out of bed. Rias was wearing a light-colored blouse and a black skirt. Very pretty, daughter, but not as beautiful as your mother, Venelana said with a smile. Mother, we've already had this conversation. I'm prettier than you, Rias replied, hands on her hips. Yes, of course, keep thinking that, girl, Venelana said with a smile. Fine, let's put it up to my father, Rias said. Venelana nodded, and the two Gremorys headed to Venelana's room. A few minutes later, Ziaticus ran out of the room, followed by a very angry Venelana. What do you mean, Grafia? Venelana asked angrily, chasing after Ziaticus. F for my father, or that guy is already dead. They just haven't told him yet, said Rias, leaving her room and going into hers. Meanwhile, the blonde man was finishing getting ready to go have breakfast with the redhead. Naruto wore a white long-sleeved shirt and an orange undershirt, and he wore the necklace Tsunade gave him over his shirt and dark green pants. Naruto left his house with plenty of time to spare. The blonde boy was walking when he turned the corner and jumped onto a rooftop, dodging Ziaticus, who was fleeing from Venelana. Naruto stared in the direction Rias's parents had gone and then continued on his way. The blonde man arrived at the hotel and saw that the redhead was standing at the entrance of the hotel. Hi, Rias, Naruto greeted, catching the girl's attention. "Hi Naruto, and you're right on time," Rias said with a smile, looking at her watch. "So where are we going?" Naruto asked with a smile. "Come in, Naruto," Rias said, inviting the blonde boy into the hotel. Naruto entered the hotel and Rias took him to the restaurant, where they took their orders and the two had breakfast while talking. While that was happening, in the Hokage Tower Tsunade was doing some paperwork, when suddenly a smoke bomb caught her attention and Fukasaku emerged from it. "Good morning, Hokage Tsunade. Where is Naruto?" said the toad, jumping onto the blonde's desk. "Good morning, and he should be at home. Why do you need him?" Tsunade replied. "One of our informants told us that Akatsuki is preparing to capture Naruto, and I'm going to train him so he's ready when that time comes," Fukasaku replied. "What? I'll call someone to go look for Naruto," Tsunade replied. "Okay, I'll wait here," Fukasaku said. The blonde man was leaving the hotel with a smile, his hands behind his neck. "I really liked that breakfast," Naruto said with a smile. Shikamaru landed in front of him, which surprised him a little. "Hey Shikamaru, how are you?" Naruto said with a smile. "All right Naruto, I don't have much time. The Hokage wants to see you right now," Shikamaru replied, his voice serious. "All right, I'm on my way," Naruto replied, jumping up and starting to run towards the Hokage Tower. Naruto entered the office through the window and saw that Fukasaku was inside. "I'm here now. What's wrong, Grandma Tsunade?" Naruto asked curiously. "Good day, young Uzumaki," Fukasaku greeted. "Good morning, Naruto. I brought you here because Fukasaku wants you to go with him to Mount Myaboku," Tsunade replied seriously. "And what for?" Naruto asked, looking at the toad on the desk. "I want to train you so you can defend yourself against Akatsuki, but to train you, you'll have to come with me to Mount Myaboku," Fukasaku replied. "Akatsuki? And when would I have to go train?" Naruto asked, his voice serious. "Today, young Uzumaki. We'll see you at the village gates in 20 minutes," Fukasaku replied, looking at the blonde boy. "Okay, I'll go pack my things so we can leave," Naruto replied, walking to the window and stepping out. Along the way, Naruto made a clone that headed towards his house, and he went to the hotel where the Gremory family was staying. Naruto landed in front of the door and entered the hotel. "Good morning. I've come to visit Rias Gremory," the blonde man said to the receptionist. "Which room is it? And who's coming to see her?" the woman asked curiously. "The room number is... it's 2017, Naruto replied. "Okay, wait a moment please," said the woman, knocking on the redhead's door. "Good morning, Miss Gremory. I'm calling to let you know that someone is coming to visit you," said the receptionist. "Excuse me, what's your name?" the woman asked the blonde man. "Naruto Uzumaki," replied the blonde man to the side of the receptionist. "It's Naruto Uzumaki," said the receptionist. "Okay, you can come in," said the receptionist to the blonde man, who went up in the elevator to the floor where Rias's room was located. Naruto walked down the hallway, looking at the room numbers, and found the redhead's room. Naruto knocked on the door, and a few seconds later the redhead opened it. "Hi Naruto, do you need something?" Rias asked, curiosity in her voice. "Rias came to say goodbye since I'm going to train and I don't know how long it will take. And I wanted to say goodbye in case you and your parents return to your dimension," Naruto said. "Well, Naruto, I wish you the best of luck with your training." "And when are you leaving?" Rias said. "Today. I'm leaving today," Naruto replied. "All right, Naruto. Take good care of yourself. If you want to talk to me when you're resting from your training, you can inject some of your energy into the seal," Rias said, handing Naruto a small piece of paper that had the same circle as the scroll he had kept. "All right, Rias, take good care of yourself too, and if you and your parents want to relax for a while, the hot springs are north of the village," Naruto said with a smile. "Okay, Naruto, goodbye," Rias said with a smile, giving Naruto a small hug. "Goodbye, Rias," Naruto said with a smile. After Naruto left the hotel, he encountered his clone carrying a suitcase, and on his arm Naruto's orange clothes along with the trench coat that Yugao had given him. "All right, let's go," said Naruto, changing and heading towards the gates of Konoha, where he met Fukasaku and Tsunade, who said goodbye and wished them luck before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Chapter 03. New Friend and Return to Kuo. After Naruto left for his training, Rias stayed at the hotel for another hour until she decided to go for a walk and get to know Konoha better. The redhead was walking through the streets of Konoha with a smile. Rias was so distracted that she didn't see her bump into another girl, causing them both to fall to the ground. "You should watch where you're going," said the blonde girl, getting up and helping the redhead to her feet. "I'm so sorry, and of course I'll watch where I'm going." "Oh, and it's a pleasure. My name is Rias Gremory." The redhead introduced herself, bowing. "The pleasure is all mine. My name is Aino Yamanaka," said the blonde with a smile. "And where were you going so distracted, Rias?" Aino asked curiously with a smile. "Well, you see, I'm visiting your village and I got distracted looking at some things," Rias replied with a small smile. "Oh, that's great, Rias, and welcome to Konoha," Aino said with a smile. "And what brings you to our beautiful village?" the blonde asked with a smile. "A little political matter has brought me here, Aino," Rias replied with a smile. "Oh, okay. And you're walking around without a guide?" Aino asked, curiosity in her voice. "No, I'm alone, although I know I'm close to the hotel where I'm staying," said the redhead with a smile, pointing behind her. "Well, here comes your shark." Just kidding, here comes your tour guide," Aino said with a smile. "Haha, what? And I would be more than grateful if you could guide me. I'm serious. I think I'm already lost," Rias replied with a smile. "Okay, let's begin," said the blonde with a smile, taking Rias by the arm as she started walking beside Aino. So Aino showed Rias a few places in Konoha. The two girls walked through the streets of Konoha while talking. "I must admit that this village is much more beautiful than it looks from the entrance," said the redhead with a smile. "Yes, this village is very beautiful, and its people are even more so," Aino replied with a smile. "What if you brought flowers to the grave in the 4th room?" asked a woman who was sitting drinking coffee with another woman. "Of course, I do it every year, ever since he died, thanks to that blonde brat, who should have died instead of the Hokage," the other woman replied. The conversation was overheard by Rias, who stopped walking and forced the blonde to do the same, almost causing her to fall. "What's wrong, Rias?" Aino asked, noticing Rias staring at the two women. "Blonde brat? Are you referring to Naruto Uzumaki?" Rias asked, recalling what Naruto had said in Tsunade's office the day before. "What? And of course, young lady, thanks to him the 4th Hokage died," one of the women replied. Rias got a little angry, as did Aino, who stared at the two women. "Excuse me for interrupting, but Naruto had nothing to do with the 4th Hokage's death, and he's done so much for Konoha that it's unfair to keep hating him," Aino said, annoyance in her voice. "Ah, and why are you defending him like that?" the woman asked. "I'm a classmate, and most importantly, I'm her best friend along with Shikamaru Nara," the blonde replied, her voice serious. "Oh, that explains why you defend him if you're one of the children who played with that monster. I really don't understand why their parents let them be with that demon," the woman replied. "And you, little redhead, are you the child of that demon?" the brunette woman asked, looking at Rias. "Me? I am his future wife," Rias replied, raising her voice slightly, surprising the women, including Aino. "What? You're going to marry that thing?" one of the women asked, surprise in her voice. "I can't believe it," the other woman asked, surprise in her voice. "Damn, Naruto has good taste," Aino thought, looking the redhead up and down. "Yes, as you heard, I'm going to be his wife, whether people like it or not," Rias said with a serious tone in her voice. "This is unacceptable. Is the Hokage really going to allow this?" The woman was interrupted by Kakashi's voice. "Allow what?" the silver-haired man asked from the ceiling of the cafeteria, drawing the attention of everyone present. Kakashi jumped from the roof and landed between Rias and Aino, turning his back on the two women. "Do you see this emblem?" the silver-haired man asked, pointing to his back. The two women nodded, noticing the Uzumaki clan emblem on the back of the Konoha tactical vest. "Okay, let me clear things up. This emblem belongs to the nearly extinct Uzumaki clan, one of the founding clans of this village. According to Konoha scientists, 75% of the land belongs to the Uzumaki clan, and the other 25% belongs to the Land of Fire. So, it's possible that those shacks you and your families call home are part of the Uzumaki land. And before you say I'm only saying this because I'm the team leader of Naruto Uzumaki, yes, I am, and I was also a student of the 4th Hokage, and I see Naruto as what he is. My student who surpasses himself every time, and as the closest thing to family I've had in a long time, said Kakashi, turning around. The two women got up and left the coffee money under one of the cups, then left without saying anything. Kakashi-sensei, was it really necessary to humiliate them? The blonde asked. Of course I was, Ino, replied the silver-haired man, starting to leave and leaving the two teenagers alone. Ino, can we go to the hot springs? Naruto told me to go there if I wanted to relax, Rias said with a smile. Fine, fine, I'll take you. But you, Miss Matchhead, will you tell me how it is that you and Naruto are getting married? Said the blonde with a smile. I think that's too much information. Anyway, I'll tell you, but not everything, since that's classified information and few people know about it, Rias replied. Ino leaned close to Rias's ear and said, if it's about the identity of Naruto's parents, don't worry about it. My parents told me when Naruto went to train with Master Jiraiya. Ino whispered in the redhead's ear, who was a little surprised. What? Rias asked, surprise in her voice, staring at the blonde. Well, it turns out that when you were 12, one of the legendary Sannin decided to train our blonde friend and took him away to train him. About 4 to 6 weeks after Naruto left, my parents told me the reason why they let me play and spend time with him. And I have to tell you, I was very surprised when I found out. The decision the 4th Hokage made to seal the nine-tailed fox inside his own son was a very, very difficult one. I came to understand it a year before Naruto returned. Ino replied with a small smile. And you haven't told anyone? Rias asked curiously as she walked alongside the blonde. Rias, Naruto is my best friend. I wouldn't tell just anyone this information, and besides, you know it too. So someone close to the 4th Hokage must have already told you, like Mrs. Uzumaki? The blonde said with a smile. Ino, the one who told me all that was the 5th Hokage? And to answer your previous question, I came here because Naruto called me. Well, he called me and my parents, since when I was a little girl my parents made a marriage agreement with Naruto's parents. The contract said that Naruto and I had to meet when we were children, but because of what happened with the Nine-Tails, that didn't happen. And this brings us to this moment, Rias replied with a smile. Ino and Rias headed towards the hot springs where they changed and then went into the water. Aye. Naruto wasn't lying when he told me to go to this place, Rias said while enjoying the water. Yes. And where is she, by the way? Ino asked curiously, looking at the blonde, her attention drawn to her breasts, causing her to place her hands on hers. Naruto? He went to train, he didn't tell me where, the redhead replied, submerging herself slightly in the water. Did he leave? Well, that training must be very important if he didn't tell anyone. Well, if he said goodbye to you, that means you're someone Naruto cares about a lot, the blonde replied, approaching the redhead and sitting down next to her. Hey, can I ask you a question? A somewhat personal one? Ino said curiously. Yes, go ahead, Rias replied with a smile, looking at the blonde. How big are your breasts? And what do you do to keep them like that? Ino asked curiously, seeing the redhead look at her breasts and squeeze them a little. Well, the exact measurement of my breasts is 99 centimeters, and honestly, I don't do anything about it. I have them like this because I think I inherited them from my mother, Rias replied, looking at the blonde. Wow, I guess you must be pretty popular with the boys, right? Said the blonde. And girls? Ino, I'll tell you later where I come from, since where I come from is very different from Konoha. The only thing I can tell you is that I have a friend, because he's not really one, and he just wants to touch me? And that's kind of awkward, Rias replied, looking away. Ino and Rias continued talking for a couple more minutes until they got out of the water and headed towards the changing rooms. Elsewhere we see Naruto arranging his things in a room the toads gave him. The blonde boy took out of his pocket the slip of paper Risa gave him before leaving. You're staying with me, Naruto said, putting the slip of paper back in his pocket, and then he left the room to begin his training with Fukasaku. Meanwhile, near the village entrance, we can see two people wearing black robes that covered them from neck to toe, with red clouds printed on them. Conan will be in the land of fire in a week and a half, the man said. Good, Conan replied, looking at the man. Then she looked up at the sky and saw a large bubble of paper leaves following them. Back in Konoha, Rias and Aino left the hot springs and headed towards a restaurant for lunch. "And which hotel are you staying at?" the blonde asked curiously. "At the Shiba Hotel, I think that's what it's called," replied the redhead. "Okay. I asked so I could visit you these days," Aino replied with a smile. "I like the idea, Aino," Rias replied with a smile. "So, what do you feel like eating?" Aino asked, curiosity in her voice, looking at the redhead. I feel like eating ramen," said the redhead with a smile. "Ramen? Well, we'll have ramen. And from your answer, I can tell Naruto already took you to Ichiraku, right?" the blonde said with a smile. "Well, yes, Aino. Naruto took me to Ichiraku yesterday, and I must say it's the best ramen I've ever eaten," said the redhead with a smile. So the two girls spent the whole day together, and Aino accompanied Rias to the hotel, and then the blonde left for home. 4 days have passed since the Gremory family arrived in the shinobi world, and Naruto had left to train with the Toads, while the Akatsuki leader had begun his journey to Konoha to capture the Kyuubi. In Rias's parents' room, we can see the Gremory family talking amongst themselves. "Rias, my dear, your father and I wanted to tell you that tomorrow we're returning to our dimension," said Venelana. "Yes, daughter, the Hokage has already prepared a portal for us to leave. So start packing your things so we can leave first thing tomorrow morning, and also say goodbye to your friends here," Ziaticus said with his arms crossed. "Okay, Mom and Dad, I'll do it, although I would have liked to stay a few more days," said Rias. "When we arrived in Konoha, you didn't want to stay, and now you don't want to leave. Life takes some strange turns, doesn't it?" Venelana said, looking at her daughter. "Mother, the truth is, yes, when we arrived here I was very upset with you for doing that, and then I talked to Naruto and he explained what you and Naruto's parents did and I understood. And then I met Aino and she introduced me to Sakura, Tenten, and Hinata, and we became friends in such a short time that I don't want to leave. But if we have to go back, what other option is there, right?" Rias said with a smile. "I'll go get my things ready for tomorrow," Rias said, getting up from the armchair and walking towards the door. "Good daughter," Venelana and Ziaticus replied with a smile, seeing Rias leave the room. The redhead walked towards her room and went inside to start packing her things. A few minutes later, the doorbell rang, knocking on Rias's door. She walked to the door, opened it, and saw Aino. "Hello, friend," Aino greeted with a smile on her face. "Hi, Aino. Come in," Rias said with a smile, letting the blonde in. She noticed a suitcase on the bed and the redhead's clothes lying beside it. "Are you leaving?" Aino asked curiously, watching Rias approach the bed and continue putting away her clothes. "That's right. And one question. How did you get in, Aino?" Rias replied. "I delivered a flower arrangement to this hotel, and on my way out I decided to visit my sexy friend," Aino replied, sitting down in an armchair at the side of the bed. Okay. I would have liked to spend more time with you and the girls," Rias said, sitting down on the bed. "And when are you leaving?" Aino asked with a smile that seemed to have an idea. "Tomorrow morning," Rias replied, looking at the smiling blonde. "Okay, we still have time," said the blonde, leaving the redhead's room. About 25 minutes later, Rias's room phone rang. She answered it and smiled when the receptionist told her that her friends had arrived. A few minutes after being announced, Aino, Tenten, Hinata, and Sakura were standing in front of Rias's room with their backpacks, who was a little surprised to see them. "Well, Rias, you wanted to spend more time with us before you leave, so I thought we could have a sleepover before you return to your village or city," Aino said with a smile. "Thanks, Aino. Come in, girls. Come in," Rias said with a smile, letting her friends in. So in Rias's room, music and laughter could be heard until late into the night. Then morning arrived, and in Rias Gremory's room, we can see her sleeping with a smile. Rias opened her eyes and saw Hinata sleeping with a smile beside her. "She is beautiful," thought the redhead, seeing that the Hyuga moved slightly. The redhead checked the time and saw it was 6:30 in the morning. "It's early. Oh, my mother told me yesterday that it would be better if we left in the afternoon. So let's sleep a little longer and I'll get up," said Rias with a smile as she settled into bed. Silence reigned throughout the room until one of the girls fell out of bed, causing all the girls to wake up. "Ouch!" Sakura complained from the ground as Ino got up and helped Sakura to her feet. "Oh no, it can't be," said Ino, covering her mouth with her hands. "What's wrong, Ino?" Sakura asked, concern in her voice. "The blow left you flat and with a big forehead," said one with a mocking tone in his voice, making everyone present laugh except for the pink-haired girl. "Haha, that's funny, Ino. Look how I'm laughing my head off," Sakura said with a serious tone in her voice, arms crossed. Meanwhile, near the border of the land of fire and wind, we can see Conan leaving a bakery with a bag and starting to head towards the forest. Conan reached a tree made of paper and saw the leader of Akatsuki waiting for her so they could have breakfast. "I'm back," Conan said with a small smile. "That's great, Conan. I'm starving," replied the redhead upon seeing his companion with a bag in her hands. Back in Konoha, Rias and the girls tidied up the room and then left, leaving Rias to take a shower. As evening approached, Rias left the hotel, but not before going to Naruto's house and leaving him a letter. After leaving that letter at the blonde boy's house, Rias headed towards the Hokage tower where she met her parents and Tsunade. "It's good that you're here, daughter," Venelana said with a smile. "Hello, daughter," Zeoticus greeted with a smile. "Hi, Rias, now that everyone's here, we can go to the roof of the tower," said the blonde, getting up from her chair and walking towards the door, followed by the Gremorys. Upon reaching the roof, they saw a scroll with the Gremory clan emblem and a three-pronged kunai in the middle of the scroll, which Zeoticus and Venelana recognized as one of the kunai used by Minato. "All right, you can stand around the kunai and I'll do the hand seals so the jutsu sends you back to your world," the blonde said with a smile. "I hope to see you all again soon," said the blonde with a smile before she began making hand seals. "See you soon, Lady Hokage," the Gremory said with a smile. After completing the hand seals, Tsunade placed her hands on the ground. As she did, a giant seal appeared at the feet of the Gremory clan, and their emblem began to rise and glow red. "All right, it's ready. When you cross that portal, you'll be in your world," Tsunade said, her breathing slightly labored. "Well, Lady Hokage," Zeoticus said with a smile. "See you soon, Lady Hokage," Venelana said with a smile as she entered the portal. "We'll see each other soon, Lady Hokage," Zeoticus said with a smile as he entered the portal. "See you soon, Lady Hokage, and tell Naruto that if he wants to go, he just has to do what he did to bring us here," Rias said. Tsunade didn't understand much of what the redhead said. "Of course, I'll tell her when she gets back from her training," said the blonde with a smile. After hearing Tsunade's answer, Rias entered the portal with a small smile. Chapter 04, Arrival in Konoha. It was a sunny morning in Kuo City, and at Rias Gremory's house, she was finishing getting dressed to go to the academy. "How is Naruto doing in his training?" Rias wondered, grabbing her backpack and leaving her house, heading towards the academy, where she met Akino, who hugged her upon seeing her. "Where were you, Rias?" Akino asked, concern in her voice. "Akino, I'll tell you after class. Now tell me what happened while I was gone," the redhead replied. "All right, I'll begin," Akino said with a smile, taking the redhead by the hook. The day passed without incident, and all the members of the occult club had already arrived at the building. "Rias, we're all here now, just like you said. So, are you going to tell us where you've been?" Akino asked, curiosity in her voice. "Of course I'll tell them," Rias replied, settling into her seat. The redhead cleared her throat a little, and as she was about to start speaking, she was interrupted by a magic circle made of fire that appeared in front of the office doors, which caught everyone's attention. A very annoyed blonde man came out of the magic circle. "Rias Gremory, would you be so kind as to explain to me the reason why our marriage will not be consummated?" the blonde man said with clear annoyance in his voice. What do you mean, President Rias?" a brown-haired boy asked, confused. "I was just about to start explaining that," Issy replied seriously. "Riser, our marriage isn't going to happen because there's another engagement contract preventing the Gremory and Phoenix marriage, and that contract was made 16 years ago. Based on the laws of the underworld, if a marriage contract is made between two demons and then another marriage takes place, the first one automatically invalidates the second. Since the Phoenix Gremory marriage contract was the second one, it invalidated the first one," Rias replied with a smile. What Were you already engaged from the beginning? Riser asked curiously. That's right. I've actually been engaged since I was 2 years old. And he is handsome, unlike you. Do you want to see him? Rias said, seeing that Riser refused. I don't care about your answer. I'm going to show you what he looks like, Rias said, taking out her cell phone and showing the blonde boy a picture of Naruto. His name is Naruto Uzumaki, and for your information, he's not a demon, Rias replied, watching as some members of her entourage approached to see the boy. Era, but how cute he is, Akino said, covering her mouth with one of her hands. The whisker marks he has make him look very cute, Kaneko said, looking at the picture of Naruto. It's not like it's a big deal, Issei said, arms crossed, a hint of jealousy in his voice. Oh, come on, man. It's manly to admit that another man is attractive, Yudo said with a smile. The chestnut-haired man only grunted a little and looked away slightly, crossing his arms. Rias, you know very well that this will lead to many problems between the Phoenix and Gremory families, right? Riser said with a serious tone in his voice. Yes, I know, Riser, and every problem has its solution. Now go, I'll send you the wedding invitation, Rias said with a smile. The blonde man became furious and all he asked to do was leave the place. What do you mean you're getting married? Especially to a guy who looks like a soap opera heartthrob, Akino said curiously, crossing her arms. Akino, the truth is I'm not going to marry Naruto. There is a marriage contract between us, but I don't like Naruto. I must admit he's very handsome and kind, but in Naruto's words, I don't want to get married. The redhead replied with a smile as she sat down in her chair. So he's available? Akino asked with a smile. I'm not going to introduce you to him, Akino, the redhead replied. Well, I tried. But let me tell you something, my friend. If you leave that hottie alone, I'm going to take those breasts for myself, Akino said with a smile and a slight blush. You wish, Rias said, her voice serious. In the shinobi world, Naruto was meditating, being supervised by Fukasaku, who was explaining to him how, if he didn't control his senjutsu properly, he would turn to stone. Meanwhile, in Konoha, everyone was going about their daily activities, while Tsunade did her job somewhat bored since she was being supervised by the black-haired woman. Shizen, don't you have anything better to do than take care of me like a child? Tsunade asked, looking at her assistant. To be honest, Lady Hokage, I've already finished all the tasks you gave me. Besides, I have to make sure you don't start drinking sake at work, Shizen replied. Kakashi, come back soon from that mission. You're the only one who can get this flat-chested woman out of this office, Tsunade pleaded, looking up at the office ceiling. Excuse me? Are you calling me flat? Shizen asked. Well, yes, and besides, you're the only flat-chested person here, aren't you? Tsunade replied with a smile. Shizun was about to answer when Sakura entered the office, drawing the attention of both of them. Lady Tsunade, I just received the report on the medicinal herbs you ordered, Sakura said. See, now we're 2 multiplication tables here, Shizen said, pointing at the pink-haired girl who didn't understand Shizun's comment. Tsunade couldn't contain her laughter, which surprised Sakura even more. Can someone please explain what's going on? Sakura said. No. Don't go overboard. Shizun, you're flatter than her, Tsunade said, laughing. Oh, I see. You're also making fun of me for lacking plot, aren't you, Lady Tsunade? Sakura replied with a sigh. Sakura, I didn't start it. She did, Tsunade said, pointing at Shizen, who looked a little surprised. And I thought you were my best friend. You break my heart, Sakura said sadly and disappointedly. Sakura, that's not what I meant, Shizen said. Then Ino enters and sees that Tsunade is still laughing and Sakura is arguing with Shizun. I'm going for the board, Ino shouted, drawing the attention of those present and making Tsunade laugh. You too, Ino, Shizun and Sakura said in unison. Girls, what would you say if I told you I knew a jutsu to make breasts grow? Tsunade said, drawing the attention of Shizun and Sakura. That's a lie, Shizun replied, letting out a sigh. That's a troll on her part, Sakura replied, looking at Tsunade. No, it's nothing like that. I'll explain what you have to do. You have to go to the center of the village and raise your arms to the sky and stand there until the end of the day," said Tsunade. "We're not going to do that," the two girls replied. "In the middle of the village we can see Shizune and Sakura with their arms raised." Noticing that everyone passing by stared at them. "Shizune, this smells like one of Naruto's jokes," Sakura said, a hint of annoyance in her voice. "Do you think so?" Shizune asked, looking at the pink-haired girl. "Yes, I don't think the Hokage came up with that herself. Naruto has a lot to do with it," Sakura replied. Meanwhile, in Tsunade's office, we can see her eating a roasted chestnut sweet with a gold leaf. "Naruto is the only person I receive these kinds of delicious bribes from," said the blonde. Back with Rias, the redhead was walking alongside Kaneko, who was eating fish-shaped cookies. "President Rias," Kaneko said, drawing the redhead's attention. "What's wrong, Kaneko?" Rias asked curiously, looking at the albino girl behind her. "Are you really engaged to that boy?" Kaneko asked, looking at Rias, who smiled. "Yes, Kaneko, I am. But Naruto doesn't want to get married either. He just wants to fulfill part of that contract, which is to get to know us. And I have to admit that if it weren't for him, I'd already be married to Riser." Rias replied with a smile. "So Naruto Uzumaki saved her from that marriage?" Kaneko asked, starting to walk beside the redhead. "Yes, in short that's what happened, Kaneko. Now take my hand, we're going to cross the street," Rias said with a smile. The albino girl took Rias's hand and said, "I'm not a little girl anymore, but you and Vice President Akino are the only ones I obey when you tell me that." Rias laughed a little and they continued walking until they reached a pastry shop. With Naruto, the blonde man was on his break, reading the story of an incredibly daring shinobi who, at the end, saw Jiraiya's picture when the book was published. "I miss you more and more every day, Sensei, but I promise you I will be the best Hokage the shinobi world has ever seen," the blonde man said with a smile. The blonde boy took the slip of paper Rias had given him out of his pants pocket and put it between his books. "I wonder if you've already returned to your world or if you're still in this one," said the blonde boy, jumping from where he was and landing on the ground, putting the book in his backpack. "Young Uzumaki, your break time is over. Let's continue with training," said Fukasaku, jumping onto the blonde's shoulder. "Good old Fukasaku," Naruto replied with a smile. The days passed and Naruto had almost perfectly mastered natural energy, while Rias was in the club building waiting for the rest of her teammates to arrive. Then a magic circle appeared and out of it came Surzex, looking rather serious. "Hey brother, what brings you here?" the redhead said with a smile. The redhead sat down on the sofa. "Hi Rias, I'll get straight to the point. The Phoenix family is very upset with our family because of the contract with the Uzumaki. Well, the initial upset can be resolved through dialogue, but here's the real problem. Razor Phoenix convinced his parents to declare war on us Gremorys for, as he says, mocking his honor and pride as a demon. And of course he convinced them, but they gave us a condition. Well, Razor gave us the condition that he wouldn't declare war on us if we canceled the marriage with the Uzumaki," Surzex said seriously. "Surzex, I'm not going to marry Razor," Rias replied, her voice serious. "Rias, it's that or face a civil war in the underworld," Surzex said. "I think I already told you my answer, little brother," said the redhead, somewhat annoyed. "Are you stupid or what? If you don't marry him, our family could die out. Consider this marriage a peace offering," Surzex said. "So what if I'm stupid? And that's not a sacrifice, it's suicide, and I don't want to take it," replied the redhead, now very angry. "Rias, this isn't a favor between siblings or family. It's an order from your king," Surzex said angrily. "Well, I'm sorry, your majesty, but I don't intend to obey your order. Rias, whether you like it or not, you will marry Razor Phoenix," Surzex said seriously, anger in his voice. Rias became so angry that she began to release magical energy. "I'm not marrying Razor Phoenix," Rias shouted, unleashing a massive burst of energy that cracked the walls, split the bookshelves in half, and sent the desk flying, taking Surzex with it as he crashed through the door. What a crash against the wall! Surzex disappeared and the door fell to the floor and Issy fell on top of it. Asia, Akino, Kaneko, and Yudo peeked out from the sides of the door. "Rias, are you all right?" Akino asked curiously. Get out of here, everyone, Rias shouted, casting a spell at them. Something that everyone dodged except for Issy, who received the attack from the redhead. I think we should obey him and leave, said Kaneko, supported by Yudo and Asia. Go on, guys. I'll talk to Rias. Okay? Akino said with a smile. The three nodded and left, and Yudo helped Issy, who was badly injured. After Asia, Kaneko, Yudo, and Issy left, Akino entered the office and saw that everything was out of place, with Rias sitting in her chair talking and laughing to herself. Rias, Akino said, approaching the redhead, who turned around and stood up quickly. What do you want? Do you want to marry me too? Rias asked, pointing the teapot at Akino. Of course not, Rias. I'm your friend, replied the purple-eyed girl with a smile. So what? All I need now is for you to come out with weird tastes, right? Said the redhead. You'll spare my life, Rias, but I'll have to restart your windows, Akino said, conjuring a frying pan and hitting Rias hard on the head. After several minutes, Rias woke up with a severe headache. Ouch! What happened to me? Rias asked, rubbing her head as she watched Akino reading a book called How to Talk to a Crazy Person. Akino, what happened? The redhead asked, curiosity in her voice. You got angry, you told us to leave, and finally you went just a little bit crazy, Akino replied as she closed the book. Really? And I suppose you knocked me out like a normal person? The redhead asked. Akino remained silent and looked away from the redhead, who stared at her. You hit me with a frying pan, didn't you? Rias asked seriously. Rias, what if we go find Naruto to see if he can sort out your marriage with Razor? Akino said with a smile. I don't know, maybe he's still training, the redhead replied. And if he's not there, at least you can rest from all this Phoenix mess, Akino said with a smile. The redhead thought about it for a few seconds before deciding it was the best thing to do. You know, Akino, you're right. I'll be there, calm and far away from this problem that idiot Razor created, Rias replied, getting up from the sofa and making a magic circle appear at her feet. What are you waiting for? Come on, Rias said with a smile, looking at Akino, who was a little surprised. Can I come with you? Akino asked curiously. Well, yes, I don't want to be alone in that world, since my friends there have work to do and rarely have free time, and Kaneko will also be accompanying us. So get that ass over here, Rias said, seeing Akino approach her, and the two disappeared. And a couple of minutes later, the three girls appeared at Gremory Castle. The three of them walked to Venelana's study, where she was reading all the laws of the underworld. Hello, mother, Rias greeted with a smile, catching the attention of the brunette. Hello, Ms. Gremory, Akino greeted with a smile. Hello, Mrs. Gremory, Kaneko greeted with a smile. Hi, girls. What are you doing here? Venelana asked curiously. We've only come to ask for your help in traveling to the shinobi world. Please, said the redhead with a smile. What? Venelana asked, somewhat confused. I was wondering if you could help us go to the shinobi world. I want to be there with the girls, Rias replied. Well, I was thinking about that too. Besides, your idiot brother already told us what you did to him this afternoon, and I told him you were docile and your father is still scolding him, Venelana replied, getting up from her chair. Follow me. I'll help you reach the shinobi world, said Venelana, leaving the studio, followed by Rias, Akino, and Kaneko. The four women reached one of the castle's back gardens. From her bust, she took the parchment of the marriage contract, opened it, and placed it on the ground. Girls, look around the parchment and I'll cast the spell to open the portal, Venelana said with a smile. The three teenagers nodded and stood around the parchment, while the brunette cast the spell mixed with hand seals. After a few minutes, Venelana opened the portal that opened behind Kaneko and Akino. Be careful, girls, Venelana said with a smile, watching the three girls so sweetly. Then they entered the portal. After Akino, Rias, and Kaneko entered, Venelana closed the portal and tucked the scroll between her breasts. Near the village of Konoha, a portal opened, from which Rias, Akino, and Kaneko emerged. Where are we? Kaneko asked, looking around. We're close to Konoha. Follow me, girls, said the redhead with a smile, starting to walk, followed by Akino and Kaneko. After walking for 15 minutes, the three demons arrived in Konoha. Girls, I present to you the village of Konoha, Rias said with a smile. How cute! Akino and Kaneko said in unison with a smile. All right, girls. First we'll have to go to that red building in that direction. There we'll talk to or notify the village leader that we're here, and I'll ask her if she has a copy of the key to Naruto's house, the redhead said with a smile. So the three girls began walking towards the Hokage tower, and upon arriving they went up to the top floor. Rias knocked on Tsunade's office door, and seconds later a "come in" was heard from the blonde, who was surprised to see Rias. Rias, Tsunade asked, surprise in her voice. Good afternoon, Lady Tsunade. Rias greeted with a smile. Good afternoon, Lady Hokage. Kaneko and Akino greeted, giving a small bow. Good afternoon, ladies. What are you doing here? The blonde asked curiously. It's a long story, but I'll try to summarize what happened. I don't want to be in my own world, so I brought them here to gossip, Rias replied, gesturing to Kaneko and Akino. Okay, and do you have somewhere to sleep? The blonde asked curiously. No, ma'am. I was also going to ask if you have a copy of Naruto's apartment, the redhead replied with a smile. A copy? I think so. Let me find it, said the blonde, opening one of her desk drawers and finding it. Look, Rias, and if you ever need anything, just let me know, okay? Tsunade said with a smile. The redhead nodded with a smile as she took the key. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Tsunade Senju, the blonde said with a smile. A pleasure, Lady Tsunade. My name is Akino Himejima, the girl said, bowing. A pleasure, Lady Hokage. My name is Kaneko Tojo, said the albino girl, bowing. The pleasure is all mine, ladies, Tsunade said with a smile. All right, girls, let's go and leave our luggage at Naruto's apartment, and then I'll show you Konoha, said the redhead with a smile. So the three girls left Tsunade's office and headed towards Naruto's apartment. Rias opened the door and saw the letter he had written before leaving. The redhead took it and put it on a small table next to the door. Rias, won't Naruto be upset when he gets back from his training if he sees us here? Akino asked curiously. No, I'm sure he won't. Naruto is very kind, and if I tell him, he won't have a problem with us staying here, the redhead said with a smile. Fine, if you say so, Akino said with a smile, placing her things on the sofa next to Kaneko's and Rias's. Kaneko headed towards the kitchen and saw the cabinets were a little out of reach, so she took out her wings and started looking for cookies. Finding an almost full box, she took it and began to eat them. Meanwhile, Naruto was meditating, sitting on a board balanced on a peak, and in front of him was Fukasaku, who was smiling as he watched Naruto's progress. At that moment, Fukasaku saw how the pigmentation of Naruto's eyes changed to orange. It seems the young Uzumaki managed to balance his natural energy with spiritual energy. Already perfect, Fukasaku thought, analyzing Naruto's body and seeing no animalistic traits in the blonde's body. Then the blonde man opened his eyes, revealing that they were those of a toad. Congratulations, young Uzumaki, you have finally mastered senjutsu, Fukasaku said with a smile. The blonde man smiled at the words of the wise toad, and suddenly a bird landed on the blonde man's shoulder, causing him to lose his balance and fall. Naruto fell to the ground, leaving a crater in the shape of his body. But despite his fall, he never stopped smiling. Are you all right, young Uzumaki? Fukasaku asked, looking at the blonde man still on the ground. Of course I am, wise old man, Naruto replied with a smile, thinking about talking to Rias. Fukasaku landed next to the blonde boy and started to walk away, and Naruto sat down on the ground. Wise old man, may I bring someone here? Vera, I want to talk to her, Naruto said, sounding curious. Young Uzumaki, this place is sacred and very few have managed to enter, and regarding your request, you may bring it. Consider it a reward for your progress in training. Well, old man Fukasaku, thank you very much, said Naruto with a smile, taking the small piece of paper with the Gremory clan emblem out of his pocket. Okay, Rias told me to inject some of my energy here and she'll come, right? The blonde thought. Meanwhile, with Rias, the three girls were returning from a walk through Konoha. How beautiful this village is, said Akino, sitting down on the sofa. Yes, Vice President Akino is right, Kaneko said with a small smile, sitting down next to Akino. And that's without even taking them to the hot springs. That place is truly incredible, Rias said with a smile. At that moment, Rias felt she was being summoned, which she found strange since they were far from her world, until she remembered that she had given her one of the papers her relative gives to call her. Girls, I'll be right back, said the redhead with a smile, making a magic circle and disappearing. On Mount Mayaboku, the blonde man sat beside a waterfall with the small piece of paper in one of his hands. Hasn't your young Uzumaki girlfriend arrived yet? Fukasaku asked, jumping on Naruto's head, who shook his head. Maybe he's already back home and can't feel this thing anymore, Naruto replied, a hint of sadness in his voice. Don't worry, young Uzumaki. Reaching this place without a summoning contract with us toads, or without one of us bringing you, is very difficult, but not impossible. And let me tell you something, it took little Jiraiya over 150 attempts to get here, Fukasaku said, trying to comfort the blonde. Maybe that's it. I'll wait a few more minutes. If she doesn't arrive, I'll go rest for a bit, the blonde replied. The blonde man waited for the redhead for a couple more minutes, until he let out a small sigh, got up from the step where he was sitting and started to leave. Then a red light appeared behind him, which caught the attention of the blonde boy, who turned around and a magic circle appeared. Rias Gremory looked around and saw that she was in a very strange kind of forest. Rias! Naruto shouted, catching the attention of the redhead, who looked to her side and saw the blonde boy with a smile. The blonde boy ran towards the redhead, who was hugged by Naruto and lifted up a little, which made the redhead blush slightly. Hello, Naruto, Rias greeted with a smile, returning the hug. I thought you'd gone back to your own world, or that you hadn't noticed I called you, said the blonde man, putting Rias down. Well, I did return to my world, but something happened that made me decide to come back to this world, and it was difficult to find the location of this place, Rias said. Yes, that's what they told me. Well, I called you to tell you about my training, and I also wanted to talk to you, said Naruto. Come sit here and I'll explain where we are, said the blonde man with a smile, inviting the redhead to sit on the same step, and they began to talk amongst themselves. Hey Naruto, I wanted to tell you that I didn't come back alone. I came with 2 friends, and we're staying at your apartment. I hope you don't mind, Rias said, looking at the blonde boy. Bother me? Of course not. You and your friends can stay as long as you want. Besides, I don't know how long I'll be here, and if my training ends soon and I return to Konoha, I'll look for an apartment where we all have our own room, Naruto replied, making Rias smile and wondering about what he had just said. For each one, Rias asked, curiosity in her voice. What? They're the majority, Naruto replied, making the redhead laugh. Meanwhile, outside Konoha, the beautiful forest surrounding the city could be seen. Then, 2 figures emerged from the forest, and behind them, beneath the bubble that began to open, the rest of the paths of pain of the Akatsuki leader were revealed. You know what you have to do, Pain said seriously, looking at the village of Konoha meters away. We will capture Naruto Uzumaki no matter the cost, Conan replied, her voice serious as she looked towards Konoha. End of chapter. Chapter 5, Attack and Destruction. The people of Konoha were going about their daily activities, unaware of what awaited them. On one of the rooftops of the houses in Konoha, a woman appeared wearing the Akatsuki robes and performing a summoning jutsu. The other pains emerged from the summoning along with Conan, and then they separated without being seen by any civilians or shinobi. Meanwhile, with Naruto and Rias, the blonde was training with Fukasaku while being watched by the redhead. Just then a toad approached Rias and said, "Excuse me, would you like something to eat, young lady?" asked the toad, catching the redhead's attention. "No thanks," Rias replied with a small smile. "Good. And if you need anything, just say Gamakichi and I'll come right away," said the toad with a smile. "Good, Gamakichi," Rias replied with a smile. Just then, a loud crash caught Rias and Gamakichi's attention. They saw a huge cloud of smoke rise up and Naruto land on one of the mushrooms. "Are you all right, old Fukasaku?" the blonde man asked, curiosity in his voice. Fukasaku emerged from the smoke, coughing slightly. "Yes, I am, young Uzumaki, and by the way, good hit," replied the little toad, jumping onto the redhead's knee. At that moment, the blonde man landed next to the redhead and then sat down beside her. Meanwhile in Konoha, Pain's entire search team was looking for Naruto without being detected by any ANBU or Jonin on watch. It seems we'll have to force the Kyuubi Jinchuriki out of hiding, Pain thought. The orange-haired man ordered the other paths and Konan to begin the attack, which they obeyed instantly and began attacking the village. While all the civilians were running for their lives, all the shinobi of Konoha, including ANBU, Chunin, Jonin, and a few Genin, began to defend Konoha. At Naruto's house, we can see Akino and Kaneko watching television, until a loud explosion was heard and the power went out. Seconds later, many more explosions and people screaming began to be heard. Akino went out onto the small balcony and saw that they were attacking the village. Era, this is the welcome Konoha gives us, said Akino. A curtain of smoke appeared behind Akino, and from it emerged a gigantic animal with purple eyes. Akino turned around and was surprised to see the animal. The animal headed towards the house. The purple-eyed woman jumped inside, seeing the animal pass by and destroy part of the house along with several other houses. Vice President, are you all right? Kaneko asked, helping Akino to her feet. Yes, Kaneko, but we have to get out of here. It's only a matter of time before this house is destroyed, Akino said. Kaneko nodded and they headed towards the door, which was knocked down by a man with orange hair and a black robe with red clouds printed on it. So the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi lives here, the man said, looking at the house and then at two teenagers. Where is the Kyuubi? Pain asked the two girls, who looked at each other but didn't answer. Pain started walking towards the two girls, who took a few steps back. Where is the Kyuubi? Pain asked again. No, I don't know what you're talking about, Akino replied, standing in front of Kaneko. Pain extended his arm forward, pointing at Akino, who shielded Kaneko with her body. The entire floor where the blonde's apartment was located exploded as debris fell in all directions. Kaneko unfurled her wings and began searching for Akino with her eyes. Finding her, the albino quickly descended, managing to catch her just centimeters from the ground. Kaneko crashed into the ground, spinning around, and was stopped by a wall. Kaneko saw that Akino was unconscious. Kaneko looked around and saw only smoke, rubble, and destroyed houses. Through the smoke, she saw the Hokage Tower. The albino began to rise and headed towards the Hokage Tower. Along the way, Kaneko dodged attacks from Konoha and the enemy, as well as the occasional animal that emerged from smoke bombs. Kaneko saw that the Hokage was in the company of other people. Tsunade was giving them orders to attack any Akatsuki members they saw, and they nodded and then left. Just then, the blonde heard them land on the railing of the Hokage Tower. Reporting in for the mission, Lady Hokage, said the silver-haired man, eliciting a smile from Tsunade. It's good to have you back, Kakashi. I have several missions for you today, replied the blonde, walking towards the silver-haired man who looked towards the village which was under attack. I'm ready for missions, Lady Hokage, Kakashi said, his voice serious. Then the two saw a silver-haired girl land with difficulty, carrying an unconscious girl in her arms. Kakashi and Tsunade went to help the girl who looked scared and tired. Kakashi went to take Akino, but Kaneko pulled her a few centimeters away from him. Don't come any closer, Kaneko said, fear in her voice. Calm down, girl. I'm a shinobi from Konoha, Kakashi said, trying to calm the albino girl, who kept staring at him. Kaneko saw the Hokage approach her, take Akino, and begin to examine her. I'll heal her as best I can here. Kakashi, take her to the hospital and tell Sakura or Ino to take care of her personally, said the blonde, tending to Akino, who coughed a little and began to breathe more easily. The silver-haired man nodded, then looked towards Kaneko and walked towards her. Hey, little one, could you tell me what happened to them? Kakashi asked Kaneko, who swallowed hard and then answered. Well, you see, Akino and I were watching TV when suddenly there was a loud explosion, and then a gigantic animal attacked Naruto's house where we're staying. Just as we were about to leave, a guy in a robe with red clouds arrived and asked us where the Kyuubi was. Akino and I didn't know what he was talking about, and then he attacked us with some kind of gravity technique or something. Before we knew it, we were sent flying along with part of the house, Kaneko replied, looking at the silver-haired man. All right, I understand. Kaneko, don't leave the Hokage's side, Kakashi said seriously, walking towards the blonde. All right, Kakashi. Take her to the hospital and then search Konoha to see if you can find any civilians among the rubble, Tsunade said. Well, and maybe that girl gave me a tip that I'll put into practice if I happen to run into the guy who witnesses say is the leader of the attack, said the silver-haired man, taking Akino in his arms and leaving with her for the hospital. Meanwhile, Naruto was resting under a tree, gazing at the sky. Just then, the blonde boy heard footsteps approaching him, and Naruto saw that Rias had arrived. Hi Naruto, I came to say goodbye, Rias said, seeing the blonde boy stand up. Why? Naruto asked curiously, looking at the redhead. Naruto, I can't leave Akino and Kaneko alone for so long. They don't know the village and they don't know anyone there. I want them to meet Sakura, Aino, Hinata, Tenten, and then the rest. Rias replied with a smile. Oh, I see, well, then I'll go out with them even though I don't know them in person. You're right, maybe they want to go out but can't because they don't know anyone. See you soon, Rias, Naruto said with a smile. Goodbye, Naruto. I'll be waiting for you in Konoha, said the redhead with a smile, making a magic circle appear at her feet and disappearing from the spot. In Konoha, we can see it filled with smoke, destroyed houses, and dead bodies everywhere you look, and some of the houses were on fire. Meanwhile, the Hokage was in the lotus position, being watched by Kaneko, who was with two ANBU guarding her. And in what remained of the blonde man's house, a magic red circle appeared, and Rias emerged from it. She was surprised to see that Naruto's house was almost completely destroyed. What happened here? Kaneko, Akino, girls, where are you? Akino, Kaneko, Rias said, searching for her friends in the parts of Naruto's house that hadn't yet been destroyed. When Rias couldn't find her friends, she flew away and rose as high as she could, unable to believe what she was seeing. Konoha was destroyed and being attacked by gigantic animals and shockwaves that devastated everything in their path. The redhead looked around and saw that part of the Hokage tower had fallen to the ground. She headed towards the Hokage tower. Meanwhile, at the Hokage tower, Tsunade had given one of the tower's structures a powerful blow upon receiving the news from Katsu that Kakashi had died in battle. Good job, Chuji. You can leave now, the blonde said seriously. Lady Hokage, Chuji began, but was interrupted by Tsunade. Your father is fine, now go Chuji, the blonde replied, seeing that the boy began to cry and thank God that his father was all right. Wait a minute, what about Kakashi-sensei? Chuji asked, looking at the blonde. Just go away, Chuji, Tsunade replied without looking at the boy. The boy nodded and then left the place. Tsunade saw Kaneko approach him. What happened to Kakashi? Kaneko asked, looking at the blonde. Kaneko, Kakashi died, but his death was not in vain. Thanks to the information you gave him and what he gathered during his fight, we have enough to plan a counterattack, Tsunade replied. Was it Kakashi who took Akino to the hospital? The albino asked curiously. Yes, Kaneko, he was the one who took Akino to the hospital, Tsunade replied. No, I didn't get a chance to thank you for taking Akino, Kaneko said. Lady Hokage, Rias exclaimed, drawing the attention of the blonde who saw the redhead land. Upon seeing the albino, tears welled up in her eyes, and she ran to hug her. Kaneko was embraced by the redhead, who buried Kaneko's small face between her breasts. President Rias. I can't breathe, your breasts are suffocating me, Kaneko said. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Kaneko. I'm so glad you're okay. And where's Akino? Rias asked, looking all around but not seeing her anywhere. Kaneko didn't know how to tell Akino what had happened, until Tsunade told her something that worried her a lot. But she's okay? Right? Rias asked, somewhat shaken by the news. Yes, from what we've been able to gather, she's stable but in a coma, Tsunade replied. That's great, Rias said, letting out a sigh of relief. Then I landed on the roof of the Hokage tower, Pain. It's been a while, Lady Tsunade, Pain said, looking at the blonde. President, he was the one who attacked us, Kaneko said to Rias, who stared at the orange-haired man. Do I know you? Wait, Yahiko? Tsunade asked curiously. Yahiko is dead, Lady Tsunade. Only Pain remains. I'll be brief. Hand over the Kyuubi and I'll leave without causing any more harm, said Pain. I won't hand Naruto over to you. Pain, he's a Konoha shinobi and no one from Konoha will hand him over, Tsunade replied, her voice serious. Very well, as you wish, Lady Tsunade, said Pain, beginning to rise. You will all know true pain, Pain said from the sky, looking down on the village of Konoha. Near the village, we can see Shima watching as the village of Konoha burned in flames. Then a toad arrives and delivers a message from Fukasaku. So, invite them, Shima said seriously, beginning to make the hand seals for the summoning jutsu. Shinra Tensei, Pain said, unleashing a powerful shockwave that completely destroyed the village, leaving only a huge crater where the village of Konoha once stood. From among the rubble emerged Tsunade, Kaneko, and Rias, who were protected by the ANBU hunters. Lady Hokage, are you all right? The ANBU asked, noticing that the mark on her forehead was gone. Could she be? The ANBU wondered, looking at the blonde woman whose breathing was ragged. In a part of the now destroyed village of Konoha, we can see Katsuyu, from whom Sakura emerged. Sakura coughed a little and saw that the entire village had been destroyed by Pain. What happened? Hurry, Naruto. Please, Naruto, Sakura said. In the middle of the crater appeared a gigantic smoke bomb from which Naruto emerged on toads. Huh? Where are we? Naruto asked curiously. Then Shima arrives and lands next to the blonde guy. Mom, why didn't you invite us to Konoha? She asked. Dad, look around you. This is Konoha, Shima replied, surprising Naruto and Fukasaku. The blonde looked around and managed to see the Hokage mountain through the smoke. This made Naruto very angry, as he saw an Akatsuki member land on the ground. Both Naruto and the toads were surprised to see the Hokage appear on the scene, along with an ANBU. After the Hokage said a few words, one of the paths of pain launched itself at the blonde, but was destroyed by Naruto with a single blow. Naruto, Tsunade wondered as she saw the blonde boy, while Minato and Jiraiya were reflected on either side of him. You don't have to fight, Grandma. I'll take care of this from now on. You go have your tea or whatever you want, the blonde man said with a serious tone in his voice. Gamakichi, take Grandma to a safe place, said the blonde man in front of the Hokage. All right, Naruto, Gamakichi replied, taking the blonde girl. Naruto, let me give you Katsuyu. She'll be a great help, Tsunade said, seeing that Naruto nodded. At that moment, Fukasaku grabbed Katsuyu and told her to hide among Naruto's clothes. Go away, Gamakichi, said Naruto, and seconds later the toad jumped away. At that moment, one of Pain's summoned a kind of giant rhinoceros, which Naruto stopped with his hands and sent flying. After that, the blonde boy launched himself at Pain while listening to Katsuyu, who was explaining to Naruto what the abilities of each Pain were, which attacked one of the Pains who blocked every attack from the blonde. Okay, I understand, said the blonde man, his voice serious, already formulating an attack plan. The animal path summoned more animals that attacked the blonde boy, who created 2 shadow clones. With the help of Shima and Fukasaku, they attacked the animals while Naruto's clones attacked them with an Odama Rasengan each. Then they were attacked by the toads that began fighting against Pain's summoned animals. While the blonde was fighting against one of the Pains, who managed to dodge the blonde's attack but was struck by the senjutsu, causing him to crash to the ground and slightly surprise the Eve's path, who saw the defeated Pain on it. I thought I dodged him, Pain thought, turning back to look at the blonde man. I see. So you've become a Sannin just like Jiraiya-sensei, said Pain. Jiraiya-sensei? Naruto asked, looking at Pain. That's right, you see. I also learned ninjutsu under Jiraiya's tutelage, which makes us comrades in a way, since he was my teacher, who desired peace, said Pain. Don't joke around, said the blonde man, throwing a raisin shuriken at Pain. Pain, whom he had defeated just minutes before, stepped in front of the others and absorbed Naruto's jutsu. The blonde man was startled when he looked in another direction and saw one of the Pains with a head-like figure with its mouth open. I'll have to get rid of that first jerk, Naruto. So that's the guy who absorbs jutsus, said one of the Narutos. We'll have to use the element of surprise, said the other blonde man. The 3 Narutos created another raisin shuriken and then detonated several bombs. And from the great cloud of red smoke emerged the raisin shuriken, which Pain, who had absorbed the previous Raisin Shuriken, once again positioned himself in front of, and he began to absorb the jutsu that dissipated, and Naruto appeared, fell on top of him and covered his eyes, and behind the Pain leader was the one who resurrected the fallen paths. Suddenly, one of the Naruto's jumped on Pain with 2 Rasengan in his hands, completely defeating him. I see. He used the smokescreen as a distraction while one of them jumped to land, Pain thought. At that moment, the Naruto who destroyed Pain launched himself at the leader Pain, while the other Naruto threw a punch at the Pain below him. The Pain leader used the same technique he used to destroy Konoha, but on a smaller scale, sending both Narutos flying a few meters away from him, causing one of them to vanish. At that moment, Katsuyu came out of her hiding place and said to the blonde boy, Naruto, according to the information Chuji gave us, the window for this Pain to use that technique is 5 seconds. Katsuyu said. Only 5 seconds? Naruto wondered, getting up again. Pain then notices that Naruto is somewhat tired. You've slowed down. It seems the power of Sage Mode is running out, Pain said, seeing that Naruto still had Sage Mode. 2 Raisin Shuriken are my limit, and I can't make more than 3 clones, said Naruto, dodging a summoned animal. I have to get rid of her before I run out of Sage Mode, Naruto said, looking at Pain's animal path. Meanwhile, Gamabunta was thrown to the ground by the Pain leader as he and the other toads were attacked. Gamabunta, I need to launch you towards the young Uzumaki. So get ready, Fukasaku said. Meanwhile, Shima launched a jutsu that surrounded everyone present, and Fukasaku threw Gamabunta. The animal path began to look around but couldn't see anything. The path was hit a couple of times until it was attacked by 2 Rasengan. Meanwhile, we can see the rest of Pain looking around, unable to see anything. Suddenly Gamabunta exhaled smoke from his mouth, which caught the attention of the Pain leader, who saw. It's inside his mouth, Pain thought, then watched as the toad crouched down and opened its mouth, and out came Naruto and the defeated animal path, and the invitations disappeared. I see your wise power has been exhausted, Pain said, looking at the blonde man with his blue eyes. Pain lunged at Naruto, who began to run, followed by Pain, who was attacked by Gamabunta. Naruto managed to dodge the attack and began running across his body, which Gamabunta tried unsuccessfully to grab. At that moment, Naruto stops running and throws the scroll to Fukasaku, who opens it, while Naruto is having a taijutsu fight against Pain. Suddenly Naruto is grabbed from behind along the remaining path. Finally, the Kyuubi was completely captured. Don't think I'll give up that easily, said the blonde man with a small smile. So? And what do you plan to do? Pain asked, looking at the blonde man who closed his eyes. At that moment, Naruto began to feel that he was lacking chakra. Oh right, this guy is the one who absorbs jutsus, said Naruto, seeing that he was immobilized, perfect for starting to concentrate natural energy. The blonde man closed his eyes and began to concentrate natural energy before Pain's eyes. What? Has he finally given up? Pain wondered, watching as the Pain that had captured Naruto began to transform into a toad and then into stone. At that moment, Fukasaku summoned a shadow clone of Naruto from Mount Myaboku, who was meditating. All right, young Uzumaki, you can now dispel the jutsu, Fukasaku said to the blonde boy, who saw his clone and then disappeared. Meanwhile, Pain pulled a metal rod from the sleeve of his robe and hurled it at Naruto, who shattered it into pieces with one of his hands. Pain, upon seeing Naruto, noticed that he had regained Sage Mode, watching as Naruto opened his eyes. Chapter 06 Hero. I'm going to make a small change to the fight since I don't remember where I left off in the anime fight, so I'll do it in my own style. Amidst the rubble of the already destroyed Konoha, one of the walls of the Hokage Tower rose and then fell, raising a little dust. On the other side, we can see Rias, her breathing somewhat labored. Behind her were Kaneko and a small group of ANBU. The whole group gazed in awe at the destroyed village of Konoha. And in the distance, the whole group managed to see the Akatsuki leader stop a boy with golden hair. The redhead, using some magic, managed to see the boy who was confronting the Akatsuki member and realized it was the blonde one. This worried Rias. Oh no, not you, said Rias, drawing the attention of the albino girl who didn't understand why Rias sounded so worried. What's wrong, President Rias? Kaneko asked, grabbing the redhead's skirt. "Kaneko, do you see the boy in red fighting that guy?" Rias asked. "Yes, of course I see it," Kaneko replied seriously. "That boy is Naruto, and according to what the Hokage told us, that guy is looking for Naruto, and Naruto's being here put him in danger," Rias replied. "Oh, I see. What if—" Kaneko was interrupted by an umbu. "Ladies, please come with us," said the ANBU. The two girls nodded and went with the ANBU until they reached where Hinata and Sakura were. "Hinata, Sakura," Rias called, drawing the attention of the two kunoichi, who saw the redhead arrive accompanied by an umbu and a girl dressed just like her. "Rias?" the two girls asked, seeing the redhead hug them. "I'm so glad you're both okay," Rias said, still hugging them both. Meanwhile, in the fight, the blonde had managed to break free from the grip of the last path of Pain, leaving only one remaining. The blonde man launched a powerful kick at Pain, which he managed to block with his arms, but was sent crashing to the ground by the force of the kick. "What?" Pain asked, seeing that Naruto had made several shadow clones and created a Raisin Shuriken which he launched in his direction. Pain managed to dodge it. The Raisin Shuriken crashed into the ruins of a house. Pain landed, seeing where the boy's jutsu had crashed. At that moment, Pain was attacked by the blonde, managing to dodge the blow but being deflected by the senjutsu. Pain quickly got up and managed to push Naruto away a little. While the toads gathered natural energy to help the blonde man, what they didn't expect was that Pain would attract Fukasaku. Naruto tried to stop Pain, but Pain managed to stab Fukasaku with a metal rod. After that, the blonde man was lured in with the same jutsu, and Pain inserted rods into his hands and legs. While this was happening, Rias saw Fukasaku get stabbed and Naruto get arrested, which made the redhead even more worried than she already was. "This is very bad," said a Hyuga who was taking care of Hinata. "We have to help him, right?" Rias asked, looking at the two Hyuga. "Naruto," Sakura said, watching the fight. Back with Naruto and Pain, the blonde tried to break free until he heard the voice of the least expected being at this moment. "Kyubi?" Naruto wondered to himself. "Yes, Naruto. Now you and I want to get out of this mess, right?" the fox said in the blonde's mind. "That's right. What is it you want?" Naruto asked curiously. "Help you," Naruto replied, the fox surprising Naruto. "What? And how?" the blonde man asked, managing to stand in front of the fox's cell doors and see him behind them. "Help me? As if I were crazy. I won't receive any help from you," Naruto said seriously. "Listen, Naruto, this might be our only way to stay alive," said the fox. "You already heard my answer, Kyubi. Besides, I don't trust you," Naruto replied, lowering his head slightly. "I don't trust you either, but I don't want to die, and I suppose you don't want to die either, am I wrong?" said the fox. "You're not wrong," Naruto replied, analyzing the situation he was in and realizing that Konoha might cease to exist and Rias might die because of him. "So what do you have planned?" the blonde man asked. The fox smiled slightly and then said to Naruto, "Let me take control from now on," the fox replied. Seeing that Naruto had looked up, Naruto remained silent for a few seconds before answering. "Fine, but on one condition," the blonde man said seriously. "What is that condition?" asked the fox. "You won't hurt any civilians or damage Konoha any further, and I'll have half control of my body?" Naruto replied, staring intently at the fox. "Done," replied the fox with a smile. "So what do I have to do now?" Naruto asked, curiosity in his voice. "Just let your hatred take over, Naruto. Just let it take over," said the fox, releasing a large amount of chakra that began to surround the blonde boy, causing him to scream as his eyes changed color from blue to red. Pain watched as the blonde boy closed his eyes and saw smoke rising from the ground where Naruto was standing, followed by reddish chakra that made the atmosphere very heavy. Suddenly, the whole place began to shake, while Rias and Kaneko looked at each other and saw the demonic energy. The fact that the two of them managed to perceive was very difficult, even for them. "This feeling again," Sakura said, her voice filled with anguish. "What? Had you already felt this energy?" Kaneko asked Sakura. "Well, it was just that one time Naruto and I were on a mission and Naruto lost control," Sakura said, watching the two demons look at each other and then glance towards where the blonde boy was. The ground around Naruto and Pain began to rise thanks to all the chakra. The blonde boy opened his eyes and they were only red. Naruto smiled, revealing his enormous fangs. After that, everything around the blonde boy exploded in all directions as a chakra bubble surrounded Naruto, and some of the chakra was directed towards the sky. Many of the Ai who were witnessing the fight took cover from the falling debris and rocks. From the bubble emerged 9 tails made of chakra that began to move violently from side to side, and from the sides 4 legs that clawed at the ground. With a powerful roar, the chakra bubble dispersed, revealing a humanoid being of red color, with 9 tails and ears, and a kind of skeleton appeared that covered its entire body. What is that thing? Rias asked, surprise in her voice as she saw the creature that had appeared. Rias, that creature is Naruto, possessed by the Kyuubi, Sakura replied. The Kyuubi? Is that what Naruto meant the day I met him? Rias wondered, looking around where the fight was going to take place. Pain got up from the ground with ease and saw how Naruto had let himself be carried away by his anger. This is strange. The boy didn't seem angry enough for his bijou to take control, Pain thought as he walked cautiously. Finally you show your true power, Jinchuriki, Pain said seriously. My true power? Ha! Pain, we have no limits. Naruto replied, launching himself at Pain, who did the same. The two met in the middle of the battlefield, their forearms colliding, creating a powerful shockwave and a crater in the ground. The fox boy used his tails and grabbed Pain by the head and slammed him from side to side. Shinra Tensei, Pain said, his hand outstretched towards the fox boy, who only moved him a few meters, leaving the mark on the ground. That won't stop us, Pain said the blonde fox, throwing Pain into the forest, where he crashed to the ground. This just got complicated, Pain said, watching the blonde fox fall rapidly. The fox boy landed a few meters away from where Pain was standing. Pain got up, took a few rods from his sleeve, and threw them at the boy, who roared and deflected all the rods, which then buried themselves in the ground or nearby trees. In Konoha, everyone watched as the blonde boy took the fight outside the village, causing many to celebrate. Meanwhile, with the group, Kaneko watched as Naruto landed in the forest. President Rias, do you think that thing Naruto has become is an ally? Kaneko asked from beside Rias. I don't know. As far as I know, the Kyuubi and Naruto are 2 different personalities, and no. Well, Kaneko, what I tell you might be wrong, Rias replied, hearing a roar. Little one, the Kyuubi is a very dangerous creature, and I can tell you that every time Naruto is possessed by it, he has no control over himself and attacks anyone, Sakura replied. I see. But from what I've seen, Naruto has control of that thing, since they moved away from Konoha, Kaneko said. That's right, Kaneko, and I just hope this battle ends soon, Sakura said. In the forest, Pain was jumping through the tree branches, dodging the attacks of the blonde fox, who took a great leap and fell on top of Pain, who fell to the ground raising a large amount of dust and dirt. The blonde fox crashed into a rock that split in half, and from the rock emerged Pain, performing a water jutsu that ferociously attacked the blonde fox. The force of the attack carried the blonde almost 2 kilometers, destroying everything in its path. The blonde fox fell into the void, managing to stop his fall by burying his belongings in the mountain. We certainly didn't see that coming, said the blonde man, starting to climb quickly. In the distance from the battle site, we can see a tree made of paper, and inside it were Conan and a red-haired man connected to a machine. Conan noticed that she was starting to get tired. Nagato, please don't overexert yourself, Conan said, her voice filled with concern. Be quiet, Conan. Our rival is the Kyuubi, and we came here to capture it, and that's what we'll do, said the redhead, his voice serious and starting to sweat a little. Back in the fight, Pain had flooded an entire valley and thrown several rocks which hit the blonde fox. He raised his 9 tails in front of him and began to concentrate chakra, then swallowed it to release it in a huge explosion that parted the waters and destroyed a large part of the forest. Pain was slowly getting up from the ground, his robes already damaged from the battle, and he looked a little tired. What? Are you tired already, Pain? Asked the blonde fox, arriving where Pain was. Shut your mouth, you damn demon, Pain replied, his voice serious. Oh, you want us to shut up? "Oh, we have an idea. Go and tell your parents to come and shut us up." "You damned murderer," replied the blonde fox. "You son of a b." Pain was interrupted by the blonde, who punched him hard in the face, sending him flying through several trees until he hit a large rock that cracked. Pain fell to his knees, exhausted, watching the blonde fox preparing his next attack in the distance. "I have to end this once and for all," Pain thought, getting up. The blonde fox launched his attack, and Pain used his Shinra Tensei to repel the attack, which was a miniature-tailed beast ball. "Ah, you resist? Fine. Take this," said the blonde fox, launching several Mimi Bijudamas that impacted against the air created by Pain's jutsu. Pain struggled to stop the boy's tanks until he could do no more, and the tailed beast balls collided one after another, creating a medium-sized explosion while generating a smokescreen. Pain emerged from it, which surprised the boy. Meanwhile, in the mind of the blonde fox, "Naruto, he's just one hit away. Do the honors," said the fox, looking at the blonde boy above him, who nodded and quickly left the cell. The fox boy started running, and as he ran, he reverted to Naruto with his Sage mode activated. Naruto looked around, noticing he had no burns on his body. The blonde smiled and began to form a Rasengan with the help of his other hand. The blonde man jumped, managing to see that Pain stood up and stared at him. Naruto fell, and the Rasengan struck the Akatsuki member in the chest, creating a huge explosion that caused everything around the blonde man to be blown into the air. Naruto landed next to where Pain was already defeated. Katsuyu emerged from among the blonde man's clothes, which surprised Naruto a little. Katsuyu looked around and saw that the wind was carrying away the smoke, revealing Pain defeated. "Thank goodness it's all over, and that you're all right, Naruto," Katsuyu said. "Yes, Lady Katsuyu, it's all over now," Naruto said with a smile as he walked towards the Akatsuki. "That's wonderful, Naruto. If you'll excuse me, I'll go and tell the others that Pain has been defeated," Katsuyu said happily. "Good, Lady Katsuyu," Naruto said with a smile. "We'll see each other in Konoha." "Naruto," Katsuyu said before disappearing in a puff of smoke. "In Konoha we can see Sakura, Hinata, Rias, and Kaneko waiting expectantly, since explosions and signs of battle stopped being heard several minutes ago." Just then, a smoke bomb appeared on Sakura's shoulder, which caught the attention of those present. Katsuyu emerged from the smoke bomb. "Lady Katsuyu, do you know about the fight?" Sakura asked curiously. "Of course, Sakura, and it's great news for Konoha. Pain was completely stopped thanks to Naruto Uzumaki," Katsuyu replied, seeing that the expressions of the girls present changed to one of total joy and happiness. Some civilians and shinobi who were near Sakura managed to hear the news and celebrated with great joy. After a couple of minutes, the people who were killed by Pain came back to life. Meanwhile, Naruto was walking somewhat tired through the forest near Konoha. The blonde boy, exhausted from the fight, collapsed, but was stopped by Kakashi, who caught him with his back. "Sensei, I'm glad you're okay," said Naruto, resting his head on Kakashi's shoulder. "You can rest now, Naruto. I'll take you back to Konoha, hero," Kakashi said with clear happiness and pride as he called Naruto a hero. After a couple of minutes, Kakashi arrived in Konoha with the blonde boy on his back, who then put him down. After Naruto got off Kakashi's back, he was surrounded by villagers who congratulated him, and children approached him to hug him and for the blonde boy to lift them up. Rias appeared from the crowd with a huge smile on her face. The redhead rushed towards him to hug him, spinning him around several times. "I'm so glad you're okay, Naruto," Rias said, burying her face in the blonde's neck. "And I'm glad you're okay too, Rias," Naruto said with a smile, hugging the redhead a little tighter, who blushed slightly at what Naruto said. After that, the people of Konoha celebrated for a few more hours, and then they began rebuilding Konoha until night fell and Naruto was taken to a fairly comfortable and large tent, where he lay down in his sleeping bag. "Finally, time to rest a little," Naruto said with a smile, closing his eyes and beginning to drift off to sleep until he heard footsteps approaching and then Rias's voice. "Naruto, are you still awake?" Rias asked from outside the sleeping tent. The blonde man stood up, unzipped the zipper, and let Rias enter the store. "Hi, Rias," Naruto said with a smile, sitting down in the sleeping bag. "Hi, Naruto. I came to finish our conversation from earlier, said the redhead. The conversation? Oh, right. I remember now, you see. Could you give me another one of those little papers I used to summon you on Mount Mayaboku? Naruto said with a smile, seeing Rias sit down next to him and take another little paper out of her skirt pocket and hand it to the blonde boy. Hey Naruto, did you lose the first one? The redhead asked. No, Rias. I gave it to someone else. Actually, I gave it to Conan. Naruto replied. Conan? Who is she? Rias asked, curiosity in her voice. I'll tell you the truth, Rias. Conan is the Akatsuki member who attacked Konoha alongside Pain. I gave it to her because I felt the need to, the blonde replied, seeing the redhead's surprised expression. Naruto, you gave that summoning paper to a criminal? Did she want to destroy Konoha? Naruto, I really don't understand why you did it, Rias said, looking into Naruto's eyes. Rias, I gave her that paper because she told me she was going into hiding for a while. Since there was someone in Akatsuki she didn't trust and something might happen to her, and well, I gave her that paper, Naruto said. Rias remained silent for a few seconds until she said, I'll trust you, Naruto, and when she summons me, you'll come with me just in case, Rias said, getting up and walking towards the entrance, bending down slightly to open the tent. Naruto stared at Rias and managed to catch a glimpse of part of her backside along with her panties. This made the blonde boy blush deeply, and he quickly looked away. This was seen by Rias, who smiled, left the store, and closed it from the outside. I hope you enjoyed the view, Naruto, Rias said with a smile, heading towards her tent. In another dimension, we can see Surzex Lucifer sitting on his throne with a clear expression of annoyance on his face and holding a letter. You miserable brat. I hope you're proud of what you just did, Rias Gremory, Surzex said, his voice thick with anger, as the letter in his hand was a declaration of war from the Phoenix family against the Gremory family. End of chapter. Chapter 7. The conflict begins. Morning dawned in Konoha, and in Naruto's tent, we could see him sleeping peacefully until he began to stir, hearing the birds chirping. This made the blonde boy smile before he sat up and stretched a little. He looked around, noticing only his shoes by the entrance, and then, looking closer to his sleeping bag, he found his red trench coat and his Hitai hate. The blonde boy got up, put on the trench coat, and tucked the Hitai hate into his pants pocket. Naruto stepped out of the tent, greeted by the sun's rays, which stung his eyes, forcing him to close them. He then began to hear distant sounds of construction and many people talking amongst themselves. Good morning, Naruto, Hinata greeted, catching the blonde's attention. He slowly opened his eyes and looked to his left, seeing the pearl-eyed girl, who was carrying a toolbox in each hand. Good morning, Hinata. What are you doing? Naruto asked curiously. Taking these boxes to Konoha, which they need to rebuild several houses in the village, Hinata replied with a smile. Oh, I see. Do you know where Rias's tent is? Naruto asked. Rias isn't in her tent. I saw her about 15 minutes ago with Aino and a silver-haired girl, and I think they were going to one of the hospital houses, Hinata replied with a small smile. Well, thanks, Hinata. Come on, I'll help you carry one of those things since you're going to the village too, said Naruto with a smile, taking one of the boxes and starting to walk alongside Hinata, who enjoyed the blonde's company. After a couple of minutes of walking, Naruto and Hinata arrived in Konoha. The blonde boy accompanied Hinata to a house whose reconstruction was in the hands of Irika. Hello, Irika-sensei, Naruto shouted, catching the attention of the jounin, who looked down and found Naruto and Hinata, who was handing the boxes to a villager who was nearby. Irika smiled when he saw Naruto and jumped to land in front of the blonde boy, who hugged him, and seconds later Irika returned the hug. It's good to see you, Naruto, Irika said with a smile, breaking the hug and seeing that Naruto was beaming. Sensei, I agree, Naruto replied with a smile. Well, Naruto, I don't have much time to talk to you. We'll talk another time. And congratulations on your great achievement. I'm very proud of you, Naruto, Irika said with a smile. All right, Sensei, see you later, said the blonde boy with a smile, starting to walk towards the center of the idea. Naruto walked until he was in front of a house from which doctors and nurses were coming and going. From what Sakura told me, Rias is here, Naruto thought as he entered the house, finding people on stretchers being attended to by doctors. The blonde man walked until he found Aino, who was checking on a small child. "Hi, Aino," Naruto greeted with a smile, catching the attention of the blonde and the boy, who, upon seeing that it was the blonde, smiled broadly, which Naruto gladly returned. "Hi, Naruto, how can I help you?" the blonde said with a smile. "Well, I wanted to know which room Rias is in," Naruto replied with a small smile. "Rias? She's on the second floor, third room on the left," Aino replied with a smile. "Okay. Thanks, Aino. I won't bother you anymore," Naruto said with a smile, heading towards the stairs and going up to the second floor. He found Rias's room talking to a doctor who was examining the girl who was in a coma. The blonde man decided to wait outside until the doctor came out. After a few minutes, the doctor came out of the room and saw Naruto standing by the door. She smiled at him and Naruto smiled back. Naruto entered the room and saw the albino girl sitting down next to the bed, and Rias covered the girl who was lying on the bed. "Good morning," Naruto greeted, drawing the attention of the two girls who turned their gaze towards the door, seeing a blonde boy. "Hi, Naruto. What are you doing here?" Rias said with a small smile. "Good morning," Kaneko greeted from her chair. Naruto approached the girls. "You must be Kaneko, right?" Naruto asked with a smile, seeing that the girl looked up at him. "Yes, sir," Kaneko replied, looking at the blonde man who introduced himself. "It's a pleasure, Naruto. Thank you for defeating the man who attacked us," said Kaneko. "You don't have to thank me, Kaneko. That's my duty as a shinobi," Naruto said with a smile. "Is that Akino?" Naruto asked, pointing towards the bed. Rias nodded, looking at the girl. "That's right, Naruto. According to the doctor, she'll recover. But what really worries me is that her spine took the full force of the attack and she might never walk again. All we can do is wait for her to wake up and run some tests on her spine," Rias replied, looking at Akino. "I see. I actually came to find out how your friends were doing, since you mentioned something about it last night. And don't worry about Akino. We just have to have faith that she'll recover fully and walk out of here," Naruto said with a smile, giving the redhead a small hug, which she returned. In another dimension, Sasuke was walking towards his mother's personal office. The redhead was very annoyed and had an already opened envelope in his right hand. The redhead entered the office unannounced, which caught the brunette's attention. "Didn't I teach you how to knock?" Vanillana asked seriously. Mother, where is Rias?" Sasuke said seriously, entering the office and placing the envelope on the desk, which Vanillana stared at. "Sasuke, if it's to force her to marry Razor Phoenix, I won't tell you where my girl is," Vanillana replied seriously, seeing that the redhead sat down on the other side of the desk. "Okay, Mom, I want you to read that envelope carefully, and I'll tell you in advance, it's about the brilliant idea that stupid Rias had," said the redhead. Vanillana took the envelope and began to read the letter, seeing that it was a declaration of war from the Phoenix family. "And what does this have to do with Rias?" Vanillana asked, finishing reading the letter and placing it next to a few documents. "It has a lot to do with it, since she has to marry Razor no matter what, whether she likes it or not, for the good of our family and the kingdom. But the young lady ran away to who knows where, and now she's caused this," Sasuke said seriously. "First of all, Sasuke, Rias isn't stupid, and second, who told you Rias is obligated to marry that guy? And I think you already know about the marriage contract with the Uzumaki clan, and according to the laws of the underworld, a demon cannot have two marriage commitments, whether political and or for love, so you're going to break the laws of the underworld by forcing my daughter, your sister, to do something illegal. So let me tell you that your position as Demon King could be revoked if you allow that event, so you have two options. 1. You don't break the law and allow your sister to have the power to decide about her life. 2. Force your sister to marry and lose your position as Demon King, and be left as a dictator in front of all the demon families of the underworld," Vanillana said with seriousness in her voice and looking intently at the redhead. "I choose the third option, Mother, to avoid a civil war in the underworld. So you will tell me where that brat is hiding, this very instant," Sasuke said, his voice now annoyed, as he stood up from his chair. "Don't you raise your voice to me. Respect me. I'm your mother. And to answer your question, I won't tell you where my daughter is. So start planning how to deal with Phoenix, because I am completely opposed to that marriage," Venelana replied, already standing up from her chair and staring intently at the redhead. I'll ask you only once. Where is Rias Gremory? Surzex asked, raising his voice. Venelana got angry and slapped Surzex hard, leaving a mark on his left cheek. Surzex covered his cheek and felt his lip begin to bleed. He looked at the brunette, who was very upset. Fine. You asked for it, Mom, said the redhead, leaving the office and slamming the door. The redhead walked to his room, and seconds later Grafia entered, who was a little surprised to see that Surzex had blood on his lip and had stained his clothes a little. What happened to you, love? Grafia asked, checking on the redhead, who looked annoyed. My mother slapped me because I wouldn't tell you where Rias is hiding, said Surzex. Are you sure that happened? Surzex, your mother isn't the type to hit people just like that. You must have provoked her to react like that, Grafia said, wiping the blood from Surzek's face. Grafia, what happened was that the Phoenix family declared war on the Gremory family because Rias doesn't want to marry Razor, and she has to, no matter what, Surzek said, seeing Grafia move away from him. Are you seriously going to force your sister to get married? Grafia asked, seeing Surzek's nod. It's his duty, said Surzex, seeing that Grafia was angry with him. I object to you doing that stupid thing, Grafia said seriously. Now you're going to turn against me, Surzex said, getting out of bed and approaching Grafia. Yes, I'm a woman just like Rias, and I dislike the idea of your younger sister marrying a man who only wants to sleep with her and show her off like a trophy, because you and I both know that Razor Phoenix doesn't really love Rias. I'm on Rias's side, so much so that I helped her pack her things so she could be at peace and away from all this mess, Grafia replied, turning around and heading for the door. I'll sleep with our son that night, Grafia said, leaving the room and leaving the redhead alone. Surzex lay down on the bed and let out a big sigh. I will find you, Rias, and I will do whatever it takes to protect my family, Surzex said, staring at the ceiling of the room. Grafia was walking towards Milika's room, where he was playing video games. Grafia knocked a couple of times, listening as they approached the door, which then opened. Miss Grafia, the boy said with a smile. Hello, my little one. May I come in? Grafia said with a smile. Of course, replied the redhead with a smile. The silver-haired woman entered the room and sat on the bed and saw the child approach her, being hugged by the woman. Son, I want to tell you that I will always support you in all your decisions, whether they are good or bad. I don't want to force you to do anything you don't want to do, Grafia said, hugging Milikas, who gladly and lovingly returned the hug. Thank you, Mom, Milikas said with a smile, although he didn't understand why his mother said that to him. In the shinobi world, Naruto left the hospital house after a couple more minutes. The blonde boy began walking through the village streets, helping the villagers rebuild several houses. Rias is very worried about Akino. If she could find Granny Tsunade, she would cure Akino, the blonde thought as he walked with his hands in his pockets. Naruto continued walking for a couple of minutes until he reached a bench and sat down to rest for a while. At that moment, the blonde man saw Danzo Shimura heading towards the Konoha council buildings, but he didn't pay attention to him because he saw Rias and Kaneko in another direction, looking for somewhere to eat. Naruto got up and walked towards them, who accepted, and the three of them went to eat. The day passed, and night arrived, and the blonde man was in his tent reading the marriage contract. Why do I have a feeling this peace is only temporary? Naruto wondered as he closed the scroll and placed it next to his sleeping bag. The blonde man stretched a little while, yawning slightly before lying down and falling asleep minutes after lying down. Meanwhile, Rias was lying in her sleeping bag reading the book that Naruto had given her. What a great book, said Rias, closing the book halfway through, getting up, finding her pajamas, going to bed, and falling asleep. The sun was beginning to rise in the shinobi world and in the village of Konoha, and all the villagers were rebuilding their homes. With the help of Rias and Kaneko, along with Naruto's clones, the reconstruction was progressing quite well, and the redhead, during her free time, would go to where Akino was to keep up to date with the girl who was still in a coma. In another dimension, Venelana was taking a bath when the door to the brunette's room opened stealthily. Surzex entered the room carefully and found Venelana's clothes on the bed. The redhead approached and began searching her, finding nothing. Surzex noticed the nightstand, opened it, and looked at the contents of the drawer, finding the woman's makeup along with some money and Venelana's jewelry. "It's not here," said Sasuke, opening the second drawer and finding only folders with documentation from the family businesses. Sasuke closed the drawers and walked carefully towards the closet, being careful as he passed in front of the bathroom door. Sasuke opened the wardrobe, immediately seeing Venelana and Xiaticus's clothes. He began opening drawer after drawer, finding men's and women's underwear, shoes, and a small chest containing the Uzumaki Gremory marriage contract. The redhead smiled when he found the chest. "Thanks to this contract, we are in this critical situation," Sasuke said, holding the parchment in his right hand. At that moment, Sasuke heard that Venelana had finished showering, which alerted the redhead, who quickly left the room. Venelana opened the bathroom door and saw that the bedroom door was half open. She looked around and noticed that the closet doors were open. Venelana approached the wardrobe and closed the doors, and as she was about to head towards the bedroom door to close it, she gave the copper lid a little kick. The woman looked down at the ground and saw the chest on the floor. Venelana bent down and picked it up and was surprised not to see the scroll. "And the parchment?" Venelana wondered, searching the ground but finding it nowhere. Venelana dressed quickly and ran out of the room looking for Xiaticus. Upon hearing that the parchment had disappeared, he stopped his work and began searching for it with Venelana. Meanwhile, in one of the gardens, Sasuke was hidden, carefully reading the contract. "So if one spouse decides to break the marriage contract, the contract is immediately invalidated. Well, I just have to convince Naruto Uzumaki's parents or Naruto himself to break the contract, and then Rias will return," Sasuke said, continuing to read and finding the part about how to reach the shinobi world. In the shinobi world, Akino was being monitored by a nurse, and then Akino slowly began to open her eyes, seeing everything blurry. Akino looked around, noticing that she was in a room, and looked to her side and noticed a woman dressed in white. "Gee, good morning," said Akino, catching the girl's attention. The girl looked towards the bed and saw that she had woken up. Doctor, said the nurse, coming out of the room. "What was that?" Akino wondered, trying to move her legs but unable to do so. Akino got scared and pinched her legs several times, feeling no pain. "Why can't I feel my legs?" Akino wondered, very alarmed. Then a doctor entered the room and approached the girl, who was very scared. "Doctor, please tell me why I can't feel my legs," Akino said, looking at the doctor. "Relax, young lady Himejima, you suffered a severe back injury the day of the attack on Konoha," the doctor replied calmly. "And I'll recover? Right? Akino asked, worry in her voice. "Yes, young lady Himejima, with the right therapy you will be able to walk again. During your time here and outside the hospital you will undergo tests to monitor your recovery," said the doctor. Akino didn't respond and sadly stroked her legs while being examined by the doctor. "Young lady Himejima, to cheer you up, your friends haven't stopped coming since you've been here," said the doctor. "Rias and Kaneko?" Akino asked curiously, looking up at the woman who was smiling at her. "That's right, young lady Himejima. They haven't stopped coming, although to be honest, you were in a coma for exactly 3 days," said the doctor. The woman saw a smile spread across the girl's face because of what she had mentioned earlier about her friends. "They'll be here soon, young lady Himejima. You'd better smile. You look very beautiful when you do," said the doctor with a smile. Akino smiled, and then the doctor said goodbye to the girl and left the room, leaving Akino alone. "So that whole attack is over," Akino said with a smile, knowing her attacker had been defeated. A few minutes later, Rias and Kaneko entered the room and rushed to hug Akino, who hugged them back. Near the great gates of Konoha, a red magic circle appeared, and from it emerged a man dressed in a suit with red hair. "So, here you are, Rias," Sasuke said, his voice serious, noticing some gates about a kilometer away. The redhead sprouted his wings and began to fly rapidly towards Konoha. End of chapter. Chapter 08, Trouble in Konoha. Rias was leaving Akino's room with a very wide smile upon seeing that her friend had already woken up. As she walked towards the stairs, she encountered the doctor who stopped her. "Miss Gremory, could I speak with you for a moment?" the doctor said calmly. "Yes, of course," Rias replied with a smile. "Well, I wanted to tell you about young Himajima's condition, and I don't know if I've already told you, but she suffered a back injury, and she'll have to be in a wheelchair for a while, the woman replied. What? But she didn't tell us anything, doctor. Will she be able to walk again, or will she be in a wheelchair? The redhead said, her voice filled with worry. She's recovering. With patience and therapy, she'll be able to walk again. Don't worry about that. The injury isn't that serious. And I also wanted to tell you that if it's within your means to find her a place to stay, since I've seen the tests we did, Miss Himajima can continue her recovery at home, the doctor said calmly. Well, I don't have a place where I can stay and take care of her. I'll have to talk to Naruto, said the redhead. Very well, Miss Gremory. I won't bother you any longer. I'll be going now, said the doctor, entering one of the rooms. I'll have to talk to Naruto and ask him to help me find a place for Akino to stay, said the redhead, walking towards the hospital and leaving the house. Now, where can I find Naruto? Rias wondered curiously, looking around. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Sasuke had arrived at the great gates of Konoha, somewhat surprised since the village was being rebuilt. But what happened here? Sasuke wondered, curiosity in his voice, as he began walking into the village. The redhead walked for a few minutes until he reached the middle of the village, looking around and seeing the villagers walking with wood, glass, and toolboxes in different directions. Rias was walking along, looking for the blonde boy, when she turned the corner and quickly hid, seeing her brother standing there, looking in which direction to go. What is Sasuke doing here? No, how did he get here? Rias wondered, peeking out a little and still seeing her brother standing there. What are you doing, Rias? Aino asked, startling Rias, who jumped slightly. Don't scare me like that, Rias said, going back into hiding. I apologize, and what are you doing? The blonde asked, curiosity in her voice. Well, you see, I'm hiding from my older brother. He's the one over there, Rias replied, pointing at the red-haired man. Okay, so why are you hiding from him? Aino asked curiously, looking at the man Rias had pointed to. The truth is, I returned to Konoha to hide and get away from my village because my older brother wants to force me to marry a man. And I don't want to do that, and I don't want to run into my brother because he would force me to go with him to my home and marry that pig, Rias replied. But weren't you going to marry Naruto? He can't do that, as far as I know. Don't worry, your friend will help you avoid being seen by your brother, Aino said with a smile. I'd really appreciate it, Aino, Rias said with a smile as she watched the blonde think. Hey girls, what are you doing? Tenten said, drawing the attention of Aino and Rias, who saw the brunette with a medium-sized wooden wall in her hands. Tenten, I need you to do us a small favor, Aino said with a smile. Sasuke was looking around, trying to figure out where to start searching for Rias, when two girls approached him. He took a step forward, letting them pass behind him through a wooden wall. At that moment, Sasuke senses Rias's magical energy very, very close to him. Rias is close, I can feel her, said the redhead. After Sasuke's, Aino and Tenten looked at each other upon hearing what the redhead said. Upon hearing this, Rias diminished her magical energy to the point that Sasuke sensed her absence. Aino and Tenten followed the redhead and walked a few more meters, leaving the wall to one side and revealing Rias. At this distance, your brother won't see you, Rias, Tenten said, watching Sasuke begin to walk away. Thank you, girls, Rias said with a small smile. Don't thank me, Rias, that's what we're here for, Tenten replied with a smile. Girls, do you know where Naruto is? I need to talk to him, said the redhead. I don't know, Rias. This morning she bought 2 bouquets of flowers, but she didn't tell me who she was giving them to, said the blonde. I saw him a little while ago at the 4th Hokage's grave, and then he left along the path toward the cemetery. Maybe he's still there, Tenten said. At the cemetery? I see, thanks girls, see you later, Rias said goodbye with a smile. Tenten and Aino were about to leave when they ran into Kakashi. Good afternoon, sensei. The two teenagers greeted with a smile. Hey girls, what are you doing here? The silver-haired man said curiously. We were helping Rias hide from her older brother, who was looking for her to force her to marry, Aino replied. His older brother? Is Sasuke in Konoha? This is a problem. If only the Hokage weren't in a coma, or well, if only she were still the Kage. Kakashi said. What do you mean by, will you continue to be Kage? Tenten asked, curiosity in her voice. Tenten, Ino, as of today, the new Hokage is Danzo Shimura. The decision was made because Lady Tsunade has not awakened and the village cannot be left without a leader. And since there is no longer a former Kage, the decision was made to choose one, Kakashi replied seriously. What? They both asked at the same time, reacting to what the Jounin had said. And how do you know that? Tenten asked curiously. I know, since I was slated to be the new Hokage. But Danzo suddenly appeared in the office and convinced the feudal lord and the council that he was a better choice than me. Although I tried to see the bright side of things, I couldn't find any, and if Rias's brother is here and speaks with Danzo, there will be no way to protect Rias. Where did Rias's brother go? Kakashi asked curiously. I headed towards the cemetery to look for Naruto, and Rias's brother headed towards the Konoha trading area, Ino replied. Alright, you two catch up with Rias and look after her. I'll go find Sasuke and stop him from asking about the village leader, Kakashi said seriously. Seeing that the two kunoichi nodded and ran off in search of Rias, Kakashi jumped onto one of the rooftops of the houses in Konoha and began running across the rooftops looking for Sasuke, managing to find him as he walked. The silver-haired man landed in front of the redhead, picked him up, and then jumped onto a rooftop with the redhead in his arms. Kakashi released Sasuke, which surprised him a little. Who are you? The redhead asked, his voice serious. Don't you recognize me, Sasuke? The silver-haired man asked curiously, staring intently. Kakashi, Sasuke asked with a smile. That's right, Sasuke. I'm Kakashi, Kakashi replied seriously. It's good to see you, friend. Hey, do you know where I can find my sister Rias? Sasuke asked curiously. I would say the same, Sasuke, and I won't tell you where it is. Look, Sasuke, I know the reason why Rias returned to this world, and I also know the reason why you are here, Kakashi replied. So you know. And I imagine you also know that my family will be at war if Rias doesn't get married, right? The redhead replied, his voice serious. I didn't know that, but that doesn't mean what you want to do to Rias is unfair to her. Even though that marriage will bring peace to your family, it will bring unhappiness to Rias. Sasuke, don't you know the meaning of free will? Kakashi said seriously. Of course I know him, Kakashi, but I won't allow the underworld to descend into civil war over a teenage tantrum, Sasuke replied. Before peace and the underworld, I value your family and their happiness, said the silver-haired man. You talking to me about family when you're an orphan? Kakashi, don't make me laugh. You don't know the responsibility I have. If the Gremory and Phoenix families go to war, it's only a matter of time before more families join the fight, and I don't want that to happen. Kakashi got a little angry at what Sasuke said about him being an orphan, causing him to activate his Mangekyo Sharingan, which began to release chakra. Sasuke, you're wasting your time here looking for your sister, rather than keeping up with what's happening in your world. And another thing, I won't allow you to go near Naruto or Rias. And about me being an orphan, you're not wrong about that, Gremory, but that loneliness taught me to value the people I have by my side and support their decisions. Whether good or bad, I will always support those people and I won't leave them alone, even if I have to fight against my friends, Kakashi said, lifting his head from his Hitai hate, revealing a red eye. What do you mean by that, Kakashi? Sasuke asked, his voice serious. Get out of this dimension or I'll make you meet the Lucifer of this world, Kakashi replied seriously. So you're against me, Hatake, Sasuke said seriously, releasing demonic energy. Meanwhile, in the Konoha cemetery, we can see Naruto sitting on the ground in front of a grave that bore the name of Kushina Uzumaki. I'm so sorry for taking so long to come and visit you, Mom, Naruto said, letting a few tears fall. I also brought some flowers for Dad, although I couldn't find a place to put them since the whole village brings him things and the truth is… No, the truth is I miss them so much. I want to tell you so many things that have happened to me, but I don't know where to start, said Naruto, letting himself be carried away by tears. At that moment, Naruto was hugged, and when he opened his eyes, he saw a red mane of hair on one side of his head. Don't cry, my child, Kushina said, still hugging the blonde boy who was crying. Mom, Naruto whispered as Kushina hugged him. A few minutes later, Naruto got up and began walking among the graves. And under a tree was Rias who, upon seeing Naruto, walked towards him. "Hi Naruto, I was looking for you," Rias said with a small smile. "Hey Rias, what do you need me for?" Naruto asked curiously. "Well, the thing is, the doctor told me that Akino will be in a wheelchair for a while and that she'll be discharged soon, and she said she'll look for a place where I can take care of her." Rias was interrupted by Naruto. "I understand, Rias. Don't worry. I'll take care of finding a place where we can look after Akino. I know what to do. I just need to talk to Kakashi-sensei and Granny Tsunade," Naruto said with a smile. "Thanks, Naruto. I'll take care of Akino's departure. And by the way, I wanted to tell you something about—" Rias was interrupted by an explosion that echoed through the village. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Sasuke had launched a powerful spell at Kakashi, which the silver-haired man easily dodged. Kakashi lunged at the redhead, delivering a powerful punch to his face and then a kick to the chest, causing him to fall from the ceiling where they were standing. Sasuke fell to the ground, watching as Kakashi fell on top of him, spinning around a couple of times, raising dust and causing the villagers to move back a little. Sasuke tried to attack the silver-haired man with his right arm, which Kakashi prevented by placing his foot on the redhead's arm and with his right hand began to choke Sasuke, who tried unsuccessfully to remove it with his free arm. Kakashi began to concentrate chakra in his left hand, creating a ball of electricity. Just as Kakashi was about to attack the redhead, some red and black ribbons grabbed his left arm, preventing him from moving. When Kakashi turned his gaze towards where they had come from, he saw Naruto and Rias. The silver-haired man dispelled the Chidori and freed the red-haired man, who took a deep breath. Rias landed a few meters away from where Kakashi and Sasuke were. "What's going on here?" Rias asked, her voice serious, as her brother stood up and took a few steps back, remaining behind Naruto. "The thing is, Rias, that animal attacked me just because it doesn't care about our family's well-being," Sasuke replied angrily. "Rias, I was fighting with your brother because he came all the way here to take you away and I don't think I need to explain why," Kakashi replied. "Sasuke, why can't you understand my decision? I came here trying to get away from you, from Razor, from the marriage you and my father arranged, to have some peace," Rias said after Naruto took her hand, which made the redhead blush slightly. "Rias, our family is on the verge of war, and the only thing that can be done is for you to marry Razor Phoenix. I came here to speak with my parents about Naruto Uzumaki, so they will break their contract," Sasuke replied seriously. "My parents are dead, Sasuke. Besides, I'm not going to break anything just because you ask me to. And as far as Rias told me, when the Gremory arrived here, the underworld was at war, so I won't break Rias's only chance to make her own decisions with complete freedom," Naruto replied seriously. "So you're Naruto Uzumaki? Listen, kid. My world and my family could be annihilated all because of Rias's rebellion. I just want to protect my home and my family," Sasuke said. "But those aren't the right methods to do it, so you'd better leave, because you're in enemy territory and in Konoha we don't let anyone attack one of our own," said Naruto. Sasuke looked around and saw men and women wearing the same attire as Kakashi, others with animal masks, and still others with different types of clothing. "Miss Gremory has helped Konoha a great deal, and if you intend to take her by force, you'll have to go through all of us," said a woman wearing a cat mask, her sword drawn and pointed at the redhead. Sasuke saw no other way out than to leave the shinobi world and return to his dimension. "Listen carefully, Rias. I'm coming back, and this time no one will be able to stop me from taking you with me," Sasuke said seriously, his voice low, and then he disappeared into a magic circle. "Did she leave?" asked the ANBU, landing near Rias. "That's right. I don't lose my energy," Rias replied with some calm. "Don't worry, Rias. We're all with you," Sakura said, placing one of her hands on the redhead's shoulder. "Thank you to everyone," Rias said with a smile. In the DXD dimension, a magic circle appeared in the garden and Sasuke emerged from it, somewhat annoyed. The redhead looked down at the ground searching for the scroll but didn't see it. Sasuke entered the castle and headed towards the throne room, finding Venelana and Zeoticus there, very annoyed. "Sasuke Gremory, where have you been?" Venelana asked angrily, seeing that the redhead didn't answer and only approached them. It seems you didn't hear my question, did you? Where were you, Surzek Gremory? Venelana asked. That's none of your business, now get out of here, Surzek replied seriously, as he was struck by Zeoticus. Surzek fell to the ground, blood pouring from his nose and mouth. You don't speak to your mother like that. And answer me, where were you and why did you steal the scroll? Zeoticus asked angrily, looking at his son on the ground. I was in the world where Rias is, but the scum of that village wouldn't allow it, Surzek replied. Don't call those beautiful people that, Surzek, Venelana said seriously, crossing her arms and letting Surzek see the parchment. Surzek, I know that the higher-ups in the underworld learned of your plans to break the laws of the underworld and decided to demote you from your position as Demon King, Zeoticus said seriously. What? So who is the new king? Surzek asked with curiosity and surprise. I was talking to him, Zeoticus replied seriously. Surzek said nothing and simply stood up and watched as the large doors of the hall opened and Grafia entered carrying a suitcase. I'm ready, Mrs. Gremory, Grafia said, bowing. Where are you going? Surzek asked, curiosity in his voice. To the shinobi world, to take care of Rias. Grafia replied seriously. Ah, I see, said Surzek, lowering his head. All right, my dear. I'll take you to the shinobi world in a few minutes. I want to talk to my daughter, Venelana replied with a small smile. Grafia nodded and saw Surzek standing to one side of Zeoticus, who was scolding him. Then she told him to leave, that he had no business being there. Surzek left with his head bowed, and then Zeoticus sat on the throne, letting out a great sigh. We'll have to keep an eye on him, so he doesn't do anything crazy, Zeoticus said wearily. And how will you do that, love? Venelana asked curiously. I'll take care of that later. Now tell Rias I love her and that I'll clean up the mess Surzek made, Zeoticus said with a small smile. The chestnut-haired woman nodded and then left with Grafia. The two women walked to the garden and then departed in a magic circle, appearing in front of the entrance to Konoha. We've arrived, Grafia, Venelana said with a smile. You'll like Konoha. It's a very beautiful village. What happened to Konoha? Venelana asked in surprise upon seeing Konoha with most of its houses and places destroyed. Apparently, Mrs. Gremory, they are rebuilding it, Grafia replied calmly. But by whom? Venelana asked, looking at the village and noticing that some of the houses were still under construction. Mrs. Gremory, I suppose we'll have to find Miss Gremory. She'll explain what happened, Grafia said. You're right about that. I can feel Rias's energy nearby, Venelana said, starting to walk towards the forest. Venelana and Grafia walked through the forest until they reached a small camp. Venelana and Grafia approached one of the two tents and managed to hear Rias's voice inside. Rias, daughter, said Venelana, watching as the tent zipper opened and Rias appeared, surprised to see Venelana and Grafia outside their tent. Mother Grafia, what are you doing here? Rias asked, curiosity in her voice. It's a long story, but it has to do with… I saw your brother's visit, Venelana replied. Oh, I see. Please come in. It's getting a bit chilly, Rias said, letting the brunette and silver-haired girl into the shop. Venelana and Grafia sat down next to Rias, who was very happy to see Venelana. My dear, what happened in Konoha? Why is it destroyed? Venelana asked curiously. It's a long story, mother, Rias replied, looking at the brunette. Well, I have time to listen to the whole story, Venelana replied. End of chapter. Chapter 9. Alliances? The entire underworld was gathered at the palace of the prestigious Gremory family to see their new ruler, and certain rumors said that Surzek Lucifer had been removed from his position as king for breaking the laws, and that his replacement had been chosen the moment of his removal. Inside the hall where the current royal family was located was Zeoticus Gremory, who, with the help of the castle's stewards and maids, was being groomed for his formal appointment. During that time, Zeoticus looked back at his wife, Venelana, with his grandson, Milikas, sitting on her lap. Darling, I know you're a little sad about what happened to Surzek, but he broke so many laws that he should have been punished for it. Besides, we haven't heard from him in days, and believe me, I'm worried about Surzek too, Venelana said from the sofa. And that's what worries me, Venelana, not knowing anything about him and with that desire to marry Rias off to Razor at all costs. It could lead him down a path that will plunge him into darkness, replied the redhead. You're right about that, her reasons are understandable, but the way she's carrying them out isn't right. Surzex should take Rias's decision into account. Besides, I don't think she wants to return since, from what she told me, Konoha was destroyed and Akino was seriously injured, and she also wants the rest of her entourage to stay by her side. She doesn't want Razor or his brother near them and hurting them, Venelana commented. We'll do that after my official presentation. Are you all here now? Ziaticus said. Graphia went to get them. I suppose they won't be long, said the brunette. Well, it doesn't matter if you're a little late. The important thing is that you're all here under our protection, said Ziaticus. Meanwhile, elsewhere near Gremory Castle, a hooded man watched as people entered the castle, which was being guarded by the retinues of Ziaticus and Venelana. Congratulations, father. I know you will be a great king, while I make sure that our family and our home are not completely destroyed, Surzex said from the shadows as he began to walk away from the castle. As the redhead walked through the streets, he encountered hundreds of people heading towards the castle. The redhead turned a corner and stopped when he heard a woman's voice. I thought you'd be with your family. Huh? Great Demon King? Naya asked the woman. Kuroka, I'm no longer the Demon King. I did things that could get me the death penalty, the redhead replied, turning around to face the woman. Oh, I see. But why were you stripped of your title as king? You're such a great leader, Kuroka asked. I broke 87 laws of the underworld and one very, very important one, which is about pre-established marriage contracts, replied the redhead. So it was really 88, although because I broke up, don't tell me it's about the engagement the Gremorys and the Phoenixes had? Because if that's the case, I'm very glad you're still alive and haven't been banished from the underworld, the woman said, watching the redhead lower his head. You're a complete idiot. What's your sister like, that you'd force her to marry a pig like Razor? And from what I understand, Law 1286, which is the one you broke, says that there can only be one arranged marriage contract between members of the families, and that if that law is broken, the responsible person can be sentenced to death or exile. And judging by how you're dressed, I can deduce that you were exiled, Naya, Kuroka said, putting her hands on her hips. You're right about that. Thanks to my parents, I wasn't sentenced to death. But I'm gonna fix this whole mess, Surzex said seriously. Oh yeah? And how? The only solution is for Rias's fiancée to break the contract or die before the contract is carried out, Kuroka said, looking at Surzex. Oh no. Don't tell me you're going to try to kill that man, are you? Naya said, the woman. Of course I will, Surzex said, his voice serious. Men really are idiots. And how do you plan to do it? Are you going to go and kill him and drag Rias back by the ears? And then you'll tell her, you stupid little brat, you're going to marry that guy and you're going to like it? Kuroka asked. Surzex remained silent, and Kuroka let out a large sigh. You know, Surzex, I don't want to talk to you anymore. It's like talking to a child, and I won't help you with that. I'll tell you why. Simply out of solidarity with my own gender. I wouldn't like it at all if my little sister were forced to do something she doesn't want to do, the woman replied, making a magic circle and disappearing into it. I know who will gladly help me, said Surzex, disappearing into a magic circle. In the shinobi world, several days had passed since Surzex Gremory had arrived in Konoha. Morning had arrived in Konoha, and its inhabitants were out walking or opening their businesses. In a hotel, we can see Rias finishing getting ready to go see Akino. Okay, I'll go say goodbye to Naruto and then I'll go to the hospital, said the redhead, who heard a knock at the door. The girl walked over to it, opened it and found Kaneko inside. Good day, Madam President. I've sold money to go to the hospital with you, said the silver-haired woman. Good day to you too, Kaneko. And of course, just let me go say goodbye to Naruto, Rias said with a smile. Naruto isn't here, President. I ran into him when I arrived. He told me he was going to talk to Kakashi and Sakura along with some of his teammates, Kaneko replied, slightly surprising the girl. Okay, let's go then, Rias said with a smile as she extended her hand to Kaneko, who gladly took it. Meanwhile, Naruto, the blonde boy, had arrived at the house where Tsunade was. Naruto entered and found Kakashi, Sakura, Hinata, and others there. "Hey guys, sorry for the delay. I got lost on the path of life," said the blonde with a smile. This made Kakashi laugh a little and made the rest of those present sigh. "You're an idiot, Naruto," Sakura said, covering her face with one of her hands. "This boy fills me with pride," Kakashi said with a small smile. "Oh my god, he's picking up Kakashi-sensei's mannerisms," Aino said along with Shizune. "Hee hee, sorry guys." "Really?" Naruto said, with one hand on the back of his neck. "I just hope you don't make a habit of it, brat," Tsunade said from her bed, arms crossed. "Grandma Tsunade?" the blonde boy asked, surprise in his voice. "Yes, that's right. And who else were you expecting?" the blonde said with a smile. Tsunade was hugged by Naruto, which took her by surprise, but seconds later she gladly reciprocated. "It's good that she's awake. I missed her a lot," said Naruto, still hugging the blonde. "That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me, Naruto, and I'm so glad to see you too," Tsunade said, breaking the hug. Tsunade cleared her throat and stood up, drawing the attention of the shinobi present. "Well, I summoned you because I learned that Danzo Shimura is the new Hokage, and before Konoha was attacked by Akatsuki, I was on an investigation with ANBU I fully trust to capture the traitor Danzo. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is as follows. You must go to the Land of Iron, arrest Danzo Shimura, and bring him before the Konoha High Command," the blonde said, looking at everyone present, none of whom took a step back. "I like that attitude. Ladies and gentlemen, you have 15 minutes to pack and leave for the mission. Danzo left early this morning, so he hasn't gained much of a head start on us," Tsunade said, seeing everyone nod in agreement. So they all left quickly, leaving Naruto behind, staring at the blonde girl. "What's wrong, Naruto? You're going to be late," said Tsunade, looking at Naruto as he sat down in a chair. "Grandma Tsunade, I wanted to ask you 2 favors," the blonde man said seriously. "Oh, of course, Naruto. What are those favors?" Tsunade asked. "Well, the first thing is that Rias has a friend whose back was seriously injured by pain during the attack, and I'd like you to examine her and help with her recovery. The second thing is about my parents' house. You see, Akino is being discharged from the hospital, and we don't have anywhere for her to stay while she recovers. My apartment isn't ready yet and it's rather small, and Rias told me she wants to bring the rest of her friends over. I'd like them to have a place to sleep and eat when they arrive," Naruto said seriously, looking at the Hokage. "Well, I'll help you with both things. I'll tell Shizune to look up Akino's file and see how I can help her, and I'll personally take care of your parents' house. And don't worry, when you return from the mission, you'll already have your house. I promise," Tsunade said with a smile. "Thank you very much. Now I'll go pack my things," said the blonde man with a smile, running out of the room towards the hotel. In the DXD dimension, in the grand mansion of the prestigious Phoenix family, we can see Sasuke Gremory sitting and talking with the family leaders, and the matter for which the former king came interested them greatly. "As you hear, I can arrange for my sister Rias to marry your son and prevent this disastrous civil war that's looming. But for that, I need your help. As you know, I was banished from the kingdom, so I don't have the military support I need, but you do. I propose a deal. My sister will marry, and this declaration of war between our families will be annulled," Sasuke said, holding the envelope in his hands. All right, but as you already told us, Sasuke, you know how to get to where my son's fiancée is, don't you?" Razor's mother asked. "You're not wrong, Mrs. Phoenix. I know how to get there. I just need the marriage contract, which is necessary to travel to that dimension," said the redhead with a smile. "Okay, we'll take care of getting that contract," the woman said with a broad smile. "So we have a deal?" Sasuke asked, extending his hand. The woman looked at her husband and they both nodded. "You have a deal," the man said, shaking the redhead's hand. "Your sister and our son will marry, and when that happens, the declaration of war will be annulled." In the shinobi dimension, the blonde boy was leaving the hotel when he decided to say goodbye to the redhead. Naruto took the path towards the hospital where Akino was. The blonde man walked for a few minutes until he arrived. He entered the hospital and walked to Akino's room, seeing that Rias was there along with Kaneko. "Good morning, Naruto greeted, drawing the attention of the three girls who turned towards the door, looking at the blonde boy. Hello, Naruto. Akino and Kaneko greeted, waving their hands slightly. Hi, Naruto. What brings you here? Rias asked with a smile. Well, Rias, the Hokage sent me on a mission, and I have a few minutes to spare, so I'd like to say goodbye to you and the girls. Naruto replied with a smile. Oh, I see, Naruto. So when are you coming back? Rias asked, her voice filled with curiosity. In a month, Naruto replied, surprising Rias and the others. 1 month? I'll miss you a lot, Naruto, Rias said, sounding a little sad at the blonde boy's response. Wait a minute? Has the Hokage woken up yet? Rias asked, somewhat surprised. That's right, Rias, and by the way, I asked her to help Akino with her recovery and also with where we're going to live, said the blonde man. That sounds great, Akino said from her bed, very happy with what the blonde boy had said. That's great, but that doesn't mean I won't miss you, Rias said, crossing her arms under her breasts. I know, it's a very, very important mission. I can't miss it, Naruto replied. Well then, have a good trip, and if you need me, just inject me with your chakra, Rias said, hugging the blonde and giving him a small kiss on the cheek. Have a great day, Naruto, Akino said with a smile from the bed. See you when you get back, Naruto, said Kaneko. Goodbye, girls. See you later, said the blonde boy with a smile, leaving the room and heading towards the entrance of Konoha where he found the rest of the team. Don't come out with something stupid, Naruto, Sakura said, looking at the blonde boy who was smiling broadly. I won't do it, Sakura, Naruto said with a smile, watching as Sai and Hinata restrained the girl. Enough fighting, guys. Let's go. The Hokage gave us Kakashi and me a side mission to do during the next one, Yamato said, drawing the attention of the whole group, who nodded. And what is that mission? Kiba asked, curiosity in his voice. We'll tell them on the way. Now let's go, team, Kakashi said, starting to leap through the trees, followed by Yamato and the others. Rias and Kaneko were leaving the hospital while talking for a bit, and along the way they met Grafia, who was carrying a market basket. Good day, Miss Gremory and Miss Toju, the woman greeted, giving a small bow. Hi, Grafia. What are you doing with that basket? Rias asked. Hi, Grafia. How's it going? Kaneko asked. I'm doing some shopping. Since we don't have anywhere to cook, I thought I'd buy some sweets and canned goods, the woman replied. Oh, I see, Grafia. And don't worry about the house. Naruto already spoke with the Hokage and told her she'd help him with that matter, along with another one. Rias replied with a smile. That's truly wonderful, Miss Gremory, said the silver-haired woman with a slight smile. That's right, Grafia. Now let's go to the hotel, Rias said with a smile. Meanwhile, with Naruto, the whole team moved quickly, and at the head of the team were Kakashi and Yamato. Kakashi called Yamato to the silver-haired man, who turned in his direction. What's wrong, Yamato? Kakashi asked from the side of the former ANBU. I just wanted to know if the risk of encountering Sasuke Uchiha is real, since the reports the Hokage gave us said he had been seen, Yamato said. Kakashi let out a sigh and looked up at the sky before answering. The probability of encountering Sasuke is 97%, Yamato. Naruto doesn't know anything about this encounter yet, so we'll tell him when the time is right. I don't want him to get distracted from the mission, Kakashi said, watching the blonde man talking to Hinata and Sakura. I understand, Kakashi, but will that moment be soon, since Sasuke and we are heading to the same place? Yamato replied. I know. Yamato, climb to the top of that tree and see if you can find a good place to rest, Kakashi ordered the man, who nodded, took the lead, and climbed the tree, looking out over the entire forest. A few minutes later, Yamato caught up with Kakashi. So, did you find a place? Kakashi asked, looking at the man. Of course, Kakashi is a kilometer away as the crow flies, Yamato replied with a smile. All right, Yamato, pick up the pace. There's a place ahead where we can rest, said the silver-haired boy, increasing his speed, followed by all the teenagers. In Konoha, Tsunade was sitting on her bed while reading Akino's medical report. This girl suffered a severe blow to her back. There's a possibility she may never walk again, but I'll do everything in my power to help her walk again, Tsunade said, closing the folder and setting it aside. Shizune is taking a long time with my food, Tsunade said, checking the time. Meanwhile, Rias, the redhead, was lying in bed watching television when her bedroom door rang, drawing her attention. Rias stood up and opened the door, seeing that it was Kaneko accompanied by Grafia. "Hi, girls," the redhead greeted with a smile. "Good afternoon, Miss Gremory," Grafia greets. "Hello, President. We came because Grafia found a board game to pass the time," said Kaneko. Rias nodded and allowed the two girls to enter the room. "Come in, girls, please," Rias said with a smile. In another part of the shinobi world, a small group of rogue ninjas were leaping through the trees in an unknown direction. "Sasuke, where are we going?" a red-haired girl asked the boy in front. "Karen, we're heading towards the land of iron, but first I have to make a short stop near here," the boy replied, opening his eyes to reveal they were red. Chapter 10. The Gremory entourage reunites. After returning to the village hidden in the rain, the only known survivor of the Akatsuki organization had hidden the bodies of her friends Yahiko and Nagato from that masked man who was also part of Akatsuki, so that he wouldn't appear and come to kill her for having failed to capture the Kyubi. The woman stood looking at the rainy landscape, already prepared for the worst. Then she put her hand inside her robe and took out the paper that the Jinchuriki of the Kyubi had given her before leaving Konoha. "I just hope that if something happens to me, this will help me like Naruto said," the girl said, looking at the paper in her hand. Then a flash of lightning illuminated the place, revealing the girl's silhouette, and then another flash revealed that, in addition to the girl's silhouette, another silhouette of a man had appeared behind her. "From what I can see, they've failed to capture them," the man said, his voice serious. The girl frowns upon hearing the man's voice and turns around. "Apparently the walls have ears." "What brings you here, Tobi?" the girl asked seriously. "That's obvious, Conan. I've come for what belongs to me," Tobi replied, activating his Sharingan, which could be seen through the single hole in his mask. "Does it belong to you?" "What do you mean?" Conan asked. Tobi began to approach Conan, who took several steps back, maintaining the distance between them. "I've come for Nagato Uzumaki's Rinnegan. So Conan, don't resist and I promise not to kill you," Tobi said. "I'm very sorry, Tobi, but those eyes belong to Nagato, and if you want them, you'll have to break the promise you made to me," Conan replied, her voice filled with determination. In the DXD dimension, the rest of Rias's entourage were getting their things ready to go with the redhead at her request. "I'm so excited to see the girls again and to be able to see their breasts again," Issei said. "You never change, do you?" Yuto said, raising an eyebrow. "Change? And why would I do that?" Issei asked. "Issei, I say this because the only thing you're interested in about them is their bust. Besides, I remind you that Kaneko is also with the girls," Yuto replied, finishing packing all his things. "I'd forgotten. But it'll be great to be together again," Issei said with a smile. "I agree with you on that, Issei, but since we stayed behind, we had to continue with our activities, and we'll have to wait and see what President Rias decides about whether or not she accepts Zenobia Corda into her entourage," said Yuto. Then a beautiful girl with short blue hair appears on the scene. "Guys, Asia and I have everything ready. What about you?" the girl asked curiously. "Only Issei and Zenobia are missing. Why aren't you and Asia waiting for us in the living room?" Yuto said curiously with a smile. "All right, Yuto and Issei, hurry up. I want to know if Rias Gremory accepts me as her servant or not," said Zenobia as she left the place. "Hurry up, Issei. Mrs. Gremory is waiting for us too," said Yuto, starting to help the brunette with his things. After a few minutes, Issei and Yuto arrived at the salt flat where Venelana, Asia, and Zenobia were waiting for them. "It's good that you've arrived. Please come closer, everyone. I'll begin the spell," said Venelana, causing all the young people to form a circle. In the shinobi world, near the entrance to the village of Konoha, a red circle appeared, from which emerged a group of people, mostly teenagers and an older woman. "All right, guys, we're in the shinobi world now. The village is this way. Please follow me," said Venelana with a smile, and the others followed. "What a beautiful forest," Asia said with a smile on her face, looking all around and listening to the birds singing. "You're absolutely right, Asia. This forest is beautiful." If this place is like this, I really want to see what No Koha is like, Issei said with a smile. It's Konoha, Issei. But sadly I have to tell you that not long ago Konoha was attacked and mostly destroyed and is currently being rebuilt, Venelana replied, leading the group who were surprised to hear that news. What do you mean it was destroyed, Mrs. Gremory? Zenobia asked. Yes, dear. The village suffered an attack by a terrorist organization called Akatsuki, but the attack was stopped by Naruto Uzumaki, who fought and defeated the leader of the organization, the brunette replied. And this Naruto Uzumaki guy, is he the one she's dating? Asia asked, curiosity in her voice, looking at Venelana and drawing Issei's attention. It is Asia, but judging by Naruto and Rias's relationship, that's still a long way off, Venelana said, stopping as she reached the large gates of Konoha. Guys, we're here, Venelana said with a smile. Venelana and the young demons saw a village being rebuilt, and in certain areas there was still rubble, and on the great mountain there were 5 faces perfectly carved into it. And who are those people? Yudo asked, curiosity in his voice. Those are the former Hokages. To make it clearer, from the 1st to the 4th head they were leaders of the village, and the 5th head is the current leader of Konoha, Tsunade Senju, Venelana replied, pointing to each of the heads. Then, in front of the whole group, a magic circle appeared, from which Grafia emerged. Good day, Gremory entourage, Grafia greeted, bowing. In the village of the rain, paper shurikens fell into the water while Tobi stood unscathed by the attack. Is that all you've got, Conan? Tobi asked, his voice serious. No, I'm just warming up, Conan said seriously, beginning to transform her entire body into sheets of paper and launching herself at Tobi, who didn't move, as all the papers just passed right through him. Tobi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and began absorbing all the papers as Conan approached him amidst them. As Tobi was absorbing all the papers, they all exploded, causing all the water to churn and revealing Conan floating in the air. Conan looked towards the site of the explosion and was surprised to see Tobi still standing. What comforted Conan was that her attack had managed to hurt him. That took me by surprise. It won't happen again, Tobi thought, watching Conan reform her body. Aren't you going to give up, Conan? Because your friends would have, Tobi said. Don't you dare speak of them, you damned bastard, Conan shouted, anger evident in her voice. She extended her arm, causing the water beneath Tobi to part, revealing a large amount of paper. Tobi began to fall into the void, seeing that he was surrounded by paper, which began to approach him and which had explosive tags. As Tobi tried to break his mask, all the paper exploded, creating a huge explosion. It seems it's all over, Conan said, beginning to defend herself and landing on the water. Then Tobi appeared behind her, surprising the kunoichi, who jumped back from the man. Well, Conan, I must admit that jutsu of yours was impressive, said Tobi, the top of his mask completely shattered. Conan didn't respond and just stared at the man with clear anger. Now, Conan, you will hand over those eyes whether you like it or not, Tobi said, summoning a rod. You'll have to kill me to do that. Abito Uchiha, Conan said, making paper shuriken and throwing them at the man, who deflected them with the help of the rod. As you wish, orphan, Abito said, launching himself at her, causing Conan to rise into the air with her paper wings, and I continued throwing shuriken at Abito more rapidly, making it harder for Abito to dodge and deflect them. I don't care how you know my name, girl, but you'll be the last one to call me that, Abito said, throwing another rod at Conan, who managed to dodge it by spinning around. She then threw more shuriken and paper kunai at him, which exploded when they hit Abito's rod, sending him flying backward and causing him to release it. Conan smiled as she saw that the Uchiha had lost his weapon, causing her to speed towards him, summoning another rod and launching a thrust. To his surprise, Conan transformed into paper butterflies that rapidly attacked Abito, managing to cut him multiple times. Abito tore off the part of the mask that covered his mouth, made some hand seals, and launched several fireballs that managed to burn some butterflies, while others stuck to his mouth with explosive tags. Abito used his Mangekyo Sharingan, taking the explosive tags to his pocket dimension. After taking the papers to his pocket dimension, Abito received a strong kick to the face from Conan, who had his Akatsuki robe in her hand. Abito stood up, blood dripping from his forehead, and glared angrily at Konan. Obito lunged at Konan, and she lunged at Obito. Konan opened her robe and wrapped Obito in it. Obito pulled out another rod and stabbed Konan in the chest, causing her to spit blood. Konan's robe exploded, sending her near the village shore and Obito into the depths of the sea. Konan was floating in the water with the rod buried in her chest, her gaze fixed on the sky as she saw that the rain had stopped. She raised her hand holding the small piece of paper that Naruto had given her, which had a strange logo in the center. Naruto told me to inject chakra into this thing if I needed help, Konan said, releasing some of her chakra into the paper, which began to glow crimson red. In Konoha, Grafia had taken them to the hotel where Rias and Kaneko were staying, who were very happy to see their friends, and Yuto told Rias how Zenovia had joined them. So, Zenovia, do you want to join my entourage? Rias asked, sitting next to Kaneko. If it's Rias, after learning of God's death, I decided to leave the order and requested to join your retinue, but Yuto told me that you were the one who made the decision. If my joining isn't possible, count on me for whatever you need, Zenovia said. And what do you think, Yuto? Rias asked curiously, looking at the blonde boy. President, Zenovia is a great swordswoman. She has numerous skills. She would be a very good addition to the entourage, Yuto replied with a smile. Rias thought about it for a few minutes until she saw Zenovia and said, Zenovia, Yuto gives you his vote of confidence, as do Issei and Asia, and I trust his word. So you will be part of my entourage, and I hope you don't betray the trust they have placed in you, Rias said, getting up and walking to the table, taking a small box from which she pulled out an evil piece. Listen, Zenovia, the process doesn't hurt. Rias stopped when she felt one of the summoning papers she had given to the blonde man. What's wrong, Mr. President? Yuto and Issei asked in unison. Please come closer and Grafia, prepare everything. I feel bad bringing us an injured person, said the redhead, seeing that her entourage approached her, with the exception of Zenovia. Grafia nodded and began searching for some first aid kits. Zenovia, come here too. You're part of us now, Rias said with a smile, watching Zenovia approach the rest of the group. Rias drew a magic circle and they disappeared from the room, reappearing near a village. Where are we? Issei asked curiously, seeing that they were in the middle of the water. When Rias saw that they were in the middle of the water, she made a shield where everyone placed their feet. The redhead began to look around with concern, since the only thing she could think about was whether something bad had happened to Naruto. Zenovia looked towards the water and managed to see a layer of blood in the water that made a path towards a girl who was floating in the middle of the sea. Rias, I think I found whoever called you, said Zenovia, drawing the attention of Rias and the group who were looking in the direction the blue-haired girl was pointing. Rias spread her wings and flew fearfully towards the person who had called her. When she arrived, the person was shocked to see a girl who was dying. Konan, sensing someone approaching, weakly opened her eyes and saw a red-haired girl staring intently at her. Naruto gave me this, Konan said weakly, letting me see the redhead's summoning slip of paper. Upon seeing the girl, Rias remembered what Naruto had told her on the day of the attack on Konoha. So you're Konan, Rias said, her voice serious. Why yes, I'm Konan, the girl replied, looking at the redhead. Rias pondered for a few seconds, then looked at the rest of the entourage, and then she saw Konan. Don't betray the trust Naruto placed in you, Rias told Konan. In Konoha, the Gremory entourage returned from their impromptu trip with Konan being carried by Kaneko, who carefully laid her on the bed. Asia, start healing Konan, and Grafia, please help her. Zenovia, come here, Rias said, seeing Asia and Grafia approach Konan, and Zenovia approach her. Do you need me, Rias? Zenovia asked curiously. I'll turn you into a demon, Zenovia, so you can be a member of my retinue, Rias said, seeing Zenovia nod. After a couple of minutes, Asia finished working on Konan with Grafia's help. I don't know much about medicine, but she'll recover in a few days, Miss Gremory, Grafia said, wiping the blood from her hands. Well, Grafia, thank you for your help, Rias replied calmly. I do it with pleasure, Miss Gremory, said the silver-haired woman, bowing. Grafia, you're in charge while I'm gone. Zenovia, you'll come with me, Rias said, approaching the door followed by the blue-haired girl. "And where are we going, Mr. President?" Zenobia asked curiously. "We're going to talk to the Hokage. I'll inform her about the arrival of the rest of my entourage and about Conan," Rias replied. "Well, President, and can I ask you something else?" Zenobia said, looking at the redhead. "Of course, Zenobia," Rias replied with a smile. "Why did you turn that girl into a demon if you told us she helped you destroy this village?" Zenobia asked curiously. "Zenobia, I decided to turn Conan into a demon because Naruto told me the day the attack ended that he had given her the summoning paper. Although I have to speak with the Hokage and Conan to avoid any problems with her being here in Konoha, it was also because I trusted Naruto, just as I trusted Issei Yudo's and Asia's words," Rias replied. "I see, President. So you trusted the words and actions of your friends. It's risky, but nothing ventured, nothing gained," said Zenobia. "Asia is Zenobia. I took a risk with Conan, but for some strange reason Naruto trusted her. So it was either let her die or give her a second chance," Rias said. Zenobia and Rias walked until they reached a red building, which the guards allowed the girls to enter, and Rias guided the blue-haired girl to the Hokage's office. She was surprised to see Zenobia. "Rias, is she one of your friends?" Tsunade asked curiously. "Asia is Lady Tsunade. Her name is Zenobia Corda. I've come to inform you about the arrival of my servants and about a somewhat delicate matter," Rias said. "Well, welcome to Konoha, Zenobia. And what is it you wanted to tell me?" Tsunade asked. "Well, Lady Tsunade, the day Konoha was destroyed and Naruto stopped the attack, Naruto gave Conan, a member of Akatsuki, a piece of paper I had given him that works as a summoner. Apparently, she had a fight where she was seriously injured, and I made the decision to turn her into a demon. I would like you to accompany us to the hotel where she is resting," Rias said seriously. "All right, Rias. It's on my way to the hospital where Akino is," Tsunade said, getting up and walking alongside the girls who left the office and headed towards the hotel. Upon arriving, Tsunade saw the rest of Rias's friends looked towards the bed and saw Conan lying there, still unconscious. Tsunade approached the bed and checked on Conan, noticing that her skin was somewhat burned and she had a scar on her chest. "And what happened to him?" Tsunade asked curiously. "We don't know. When we arrived, he was in the middle of the sea with that rod in his chest," Rias replied, pointing to the rod that was in a wall with one end stained with blood. "Well, we'll have to wait for her to wake up. For now, I'll have you hurry and furnish the 4th Hokage's house so you can leave this place. And as for Conan, she's stable," Tsunade said, looking at Conan, whose breathing was somewhat heavy. "Well, Lady Tsunade, and how is Akino?" Rias asked, drawing the attention of Asia, Yuto, and Issei. "Rias, Akino may regain mobility in her legs, but it won't be easy, and based on her test results, she may need surgery. I'll go check the latest results after I leave here," Tsunade replied. "I see and I understand. Do everything in your power to help Akino walk again," Rias said with a small smile. "That's what I'm doing, Rias. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go see Akino. It's a pleasure meeting you all, and welcome to Konoha," Tsunade said, leaving Rias's room. She took a breath and then began to explain what had happened to Akino, worrying the boys a little, who agreed to go visit her later. Tsunade had arrived at the Konoha hospital and headed towards Akino's room, who smiled at the blonde when she saw her. "Good day, Lady Tsunade. Have you come to examine me?" Akino asked with a smile. "That's right, Akino," said the blonde, approaching the bed and helping the girl sit down. Tsunade began to check on Akino, who was very happy to know that her friends were in Konoha. "All right, sweetie, you can go to bed now," Tsunade said softly as she helped Akino lie down again. "Well?" Akino asked, curiosity in her voice, as she looked at Tsunade. "According to the tests and what I told Rias today, and my suspicions, Akino, you'll need surgery. Your spine has healed a bit. It's no longer in the state it was when I first examined you, and that's very good news. With the surgery, your spine will heal in its natural position, and with therapy, you'll be able to walk again," Tsunade said with a smile, seeing that the girl smiled broadly. "That's great. Isn't it wonderful? And when will the surgery be?" Akino asked excitedly. "It will be as soon as possible, Akino. I'll tell Shizune to start the surgery arrangements, and when everything is ready, I'll let you know, Tsunade said with a smile. Akino hugged Tsunade, which surprised her a little. Thank you so much, Lady Tsunade. The news you just gave me has made me very happy, Akino said with a smile. You don't have to thank me, Akino. I'm doing this with pleasure, Tsunade said, returning the hug. Tsunade returned to her office with a huge smile that caught Shizune's attention. And what made you so happy, Lady Tsunade? Shizune asked, approaching the blonde. Akino is not only beautiful physically, but also as a person, Tsunade said with a smile. And why does she say that? The dark-haired woman asked curiously. Shizune, just go and start everything necessary for Akino's surgery, and make sure it's done no later than next week, the blonde replied with a smile. Shizune nodded and left the office, leaving Tsunade in the office, who began to do her work. In another part of the shinobi world, the entire Konoha team had been forced to halt their progress upon seeing their former teammate Sasuke Uchiha standing before them, accompanied by some boys who appeared to be with him. Now, Konoha shinobi, Sasuke said, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. This is a real problem, Kakashi said upon seeing Sasuke's new Sharingan. Chapter 11. Team 7 vs Sasuke. The Konoha team had stopped in their tracks because standing before them was Sasuke Uchiha with his Mangekyo Sharingan active. Kakashi, seeing Sasuke's eyes, sighed, and Yamato looked at Kakashi, slightly alarmed. Is that what I think? Yamato asked, seeing Kakashi nod. Yamato, you'll decide the team from now on. I'll distract Sasuke, Kakashi said, raising his Hitai Hate to reveal his Sharingan and drawing a kunai. Yamato nodded and headed towards the team. All right, Shinobi, from now on I am your squad leader, Yamato said seriously, seeing that everyone nodded except for Sakura and Naruto, who approached Kakashi, who looked at his students. What do you two think you're doing? The silver-haired man asked. One day a great jonin told us that those who break the rules are considered trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash, Naruto said seriously, activating his sage mode. And you're a fellow sensei, Sakura said, putting on her gloves. Kakashi couldn't defend himself against that, since he had taught them that when they were children. Kakashi sighed and looked at Yamato. Yamato, lead the rest of us, we'll catch up later. Now go, the silver-haired man ordered, seeing that the former ANBU nodded, and then ordered the rest of the team to continue with the mission. It doesn't matter if you separate, the outcome is the same for you as it is for them. Death, Sasuke said, taking his Chikudo and performing a Chidori. Team 7 prepared for the Uchiha's attack, which launched itself towards them. In the distance, a large explosion and a huge shockwave could be heard, causing Yamato's team to stare at the place where Team 7 had been left. Let's not waste any time. Let's continue now, guys, Yamato said to the team leader, who continued on, but worry was visible on their faces. Back at the site of the explosion, the place was filled with smoke, and in the middle of the crater stood Sasuke. Hiding will be in vain. I have become very powerful, so much so that I was able to carry out my revenge, Sasuke said, looking to his right and dodging a kunai. Seriously? Is that all? Sasuke asked, deflecting several shuriken with his sword. At that moment, both the kunai and the shuriken transformed into shadow clones of Naruto, who formed a Rasengan and launched themselves at Sasuke. The Uchiha jumped back but was struck by a large log, causing him to fall to the ground and be held down by his limbs. It's over, Sasuke, Kakashi said, walking towards the Uchiha, and after he landed, Sakura and Naruto arrived. The three of them walked until they were in front of Sasuke, who began to laugh. What's so funny? Sakura asked curiously. At that moment, Sasuke transformed into his sword, which surprised everyone a little. Then they were surrounded by a circle of lightning, and Sasuke appeared in front of them with an arrogant smile. Seriously, you guys are that stupid? Sasuke said, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan and being surrounded by a purple aura. Kakashi, Sakura, and Naruto jumped back, dodging the aura. What is Sasuke doing, sensei? Sakura asked, seeing that all that energy had taken the form of a skeleton. That thing is the ability granted by the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Susanoo, the silver-haired man replied seriously. Naruto frowned upon seeing Sasuke's Susanoo, which was grinning maniacally and glaring at them with hatred. "Hey Kyubi, are you awake?" Naruto asked, hearing a growl in response. "What do you want, Naruto?" the fox asked, letting out a yawn and slowly opening his eyes. "Your help?" Naruto replied, surprising the gigantic fox who blinked a couple of times. "What did you say?" the fox asked in surprise, since he never usually did that. "I need your help. I'll get straight to the point. I need you to protect Sakura, Kakashi-sensei," the blonde replied. "And what do I gain by helping you?" the fox asked curiously. Naruto paused to think for a few seconds and then replied, "I'll give you food?" Naruto replied hesitantly, "Ha ha ha ha. Hey human brat, what do you think, like me? That you can propose that to me," said the Kyubi, settling into his cell. Rabbits? Deer? Human souls?" Naruto asked randomly, wondering what the Kyubi would eat. "Bingo. Give me human souls, and I'll help you even find Lalo Rona's children," replied the fox with a smile, revealing his sharp fangs, and his eyes began to glow. Outside of Naruto's mind space, Sasuke was laughing like a complete maniac. "Ahem ahem. It is, I know it, you know it. Onion eye with a lack of family love. Damn. I think I'm getting off topic." Naruto opened his eyes and Sakura, Kakashi, and Sasuke saw that he had an extra pupil. "So you're going to use all your power, just as pathetic as when you used your shadow clones," Sasuke said arrogantly. "I forgot to ask, how am I supposed to protect those cockroaches you call Plank and Scarecrow? I mean Sakura and Kakashi?" the fox asked in Naruto's mind. "Just cover me with your chakra," the blonde replied seriously. "Sakura, Kakashi-sensei, behind me now," said Naruto, looking at his teammates. "What do you plan to do, Naruto?" Sakura asked, obeying Naruto's instructions. Kakashi merely raised an eyebrow and followed Sakura. When the two of them were behind the blonde boy, he began concentrating chakra, trying to create a Raisin Shuriken. At that moment, a bubbling layer of red chakra began to envelop Naruto and them, and the chakra helped him create a regular Rasengan with red tones. "Well, it's something," said Naruto, looking at the jutsu in his hand. "When they see the signal, they will attack," said Naruto, seeing Kakashi nod and prepare himself, while Sakura looked confused. Naruto jumped, leaving a crater where he stood, while Sasuke simply watched Naruto's act with confidence. Naruto slammed the Rasengan into Sasuke's Susanoo, which began to crack, alerting the Uchiha. Naruto channeled all his red chakra into the Rasengan, which began to spin violently, emitting a whistling sound as blades of wind formed around the sphere. The Susanoo couldn't take it anymore and dissolved into the air before Sasuke's incredulous gaze. Naruto launched the Raisin Shuriken wrapped in Kurama's chakra towards Sasuke, who moved as far away as he could to avoid the blonde's jutsu. The Raisin Shuriken impacted the ground, creating a huge explosion whose shockwave lifted entire trees and large amounts of earth out of the ground. Kakashi and Sakura stood up, noticing that they still had that bubbling chakra covering that seemed to have protected them from the Raisin Shuriken's effects. Then all the dust dissipated thanks to a wind dragon that carried all the smoke and dirt far away from the place. Kajashi looked in the direction where Naruto was standing, seeing him there and swaying a little. Sakura was the first to react and went to help the blonde boy, who fell to his knees with heavy breathing. What kind of jutsu was that? Kakashi wondered curiously, watching as the red chakra disappeared. A few hours later, Team 7 rejoined the rest of the group who were already camping. Several days later, Rias was taking a walk enjoying the nice weather in Konoha when she was intercepted by an ANBU who appeared in front of her. "Miss Gremory, the Hokage requests your presence at the Hokage Tower," the ANBU said politely. "The Hokage? Okay, I'll be right there," replied the redhead, starting to walk towards the Hokage Tower, escorted by the ANBU. Rias arrived at the Hokage Tower and headed towards the Hokage's office. Rias knocked a couple of times on the door, hearing a "come in" from the blonde. The redhead entered the office and Tsunade told her to take a seat. "Did he send for me?" Rias asked curiously. "That's right, sweetheart. Well, I'll be direct. Before Naruto left on his mission, he asked me for 2 favors and one of them was about Akino. Well, you know that. And the other favor he asked of me was to locate you and your friends in a fixed place. Tsunade said, settling into her chair and taking out an envelope and a set of keys, placing them on the desk. Yes, Naruto mentioned something about that. And where will we be? The redhead asked. In the house that belonged to his parents and now belongs to Naruto, so since Naruto owns that property he will have to sign the deeds to the house. But since he is not there he will have to wait, and so that you are not bothered while he returns, you will have to sign this document, which is basically a permission that I grant you so that you can stay in that house. And I wanted to tell you about Akino. I spoke with her this morning and she agreed to have her surgery in 3 days. So after the surgery she'll need to rest while it heals, Tsunade said. Rias smiled when she heard what the blonde said. That's wonderful, Lady Tsunade. And when can we move into the house? Of course. I'll make sure Akino doesn't move around too much. Rias replied with a big smile as she signed the permission slip. Whenever you're ready. Oh, and the room with the most comfortable looking bed is Akino's. And I almost forgot, Rias, tell Conan to come and talk to me, please. The Hokage finished, seeing Rias nod. The redhead left the Hokage tower, unfurled her wings, and flew to the hotel. She told her friends the good news, and they were overjoyed. With the Konoha search team, they had already resumed their journey towards the Land of Iron, without mentioning that they had been delayed by their encounter with Sasuke and that he had disappeared after the Raisin Shuriken explosion. I just hope Pakin doesn't take too long to give the Hokage his mission report, Kakashi said, followed by Yamato. Kakashi, the encounter with Sasuke Uchiha delayed us by a couple of hours from Danzo's time. If we want to make up for that lost time, we must double our speed, Yamato said, drawing the silver-haired man's attention. You're right, Yamato. Team, time to pick up the pace, Kakashi said, increasing his speed, followed by the rest. A few hours later, the whole team had arrived in the Land of Fire. We arrived in record time, Kiba said, taking a sip of water. Just a little longer and we'll be as fast as the 4th Hokage, Hinata said, taking a slow breath. Let's take a 5-minute break and then we'll continue at a slower pace, Yamato said, approaching Kakashi, who was drinking water. What's wrong, Yamato? Kakashi asked, covering his face and turning around. Of course not, Kakashi. I told the team to take a 5-minute break. I just came to let you know, Yamato said. All right, Yamato, we're getting close to the location of the Kage summit. After the 5-minute break, the team resumed their pace, somewhat slowly compared to before. Near where the Konoha team was located, Sasuke was walking among the trees and in the distance he could see the place where the Kages were. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and then increased his pace. The Konoha team had arrived at the building where the Kage summit was taking place. Kiba, Hinata, you'll cover the north side of the area. Yamato and Shino, you'll cover the south side. Naruto, make shadow clones to cover the rest of the area and support the others, Kakashi said, seeing that everyone nodded. Naruto then made approximately 30 shadow clones, which were distributed among the groups. And what will we do, sensei? Sakura asked curiously, seeing that only she and Naruto remained. You will come with me, Kakashi replied, starting to walk into the building. Hinata, to make sure Danzo doesn't surprise us, activate your Byakugan and scan the area. Hinata nodded and activated her Byakugan, seeing everything as normal until she saw Sasuke approaching rapidly again. Kiba, we have a problem, Hinata said, looking at Kiba. What's the problem? Kiba asked curiously. It's Sasuke, he's approaching the building quickly, Hinata replied. This is a real problem, Kiba said, reporting Sasuke's appearance to the others, who became alert and decided to distract Sasuke while Kakashi, Naruto, and Sakura took care of capturing Danzo. Inside the office where the great leaders of the villages were debating, there was one who stood out, and this was Danzo Shimura, whose election as Hokage had been considered by some to be very irregular. Okay. Then we'll consider this summit concluded. The summit moderator was interrupted by a man's voice. Danzo Shimura, you are under arrest for crimes against humanity, Kakashi said, entering the office accompanied by 2 shinobi, Naruto and Sakura. What? The Kages asked, turning their gaze towards Danzo, who said nothing and ignored their stares. Tell me, Jounin Hatake, what is the reason for this lack of respect towards your leader? Danzo asked calmly. At that moment, Sakura's intercom turned on, and she heard Yamato's voice saying that Sasuke was inside. Naruto, Sakura said, looking at the blonde boy. Yes, Sakura, I heard it too, said the blonde boy, taking a step forward. Leader, you say? Our leader is Tsunade Senju. Not you damned genocidal maniac. Now you will either come with us or face the deserter Sasuke Uchiha, the blonde said, surprising the Kages and hardening the Raikage. Did that fellow come with you, Konoha shinobi? The Raikage asked, annoyance in his voice. You're incorrect, Lord Raikage. Konoha currently has no ties to Sasuke, so don't jump to conclusions, Sakura replied. So how do you know that Sasuke Uchiha is here? The Raikage asked. We were informed. Now Danzo, don't play hard to get and be a good criminal and I'll hand you over peacefully, Kakashi said seriously. I'm not going to turn myself in since I haven't done anything I'm accused of, Danzo replied from his chair. Naruto got angry, his eyes turned red, and his nails turned into claws. Don't lie, Danzo. We have proof that you committed atrocious acts, and one of those pieces of evidence is your arm, Naruto replied. Ha! Shut your mouth, you filthy Jinchuriki. If it were up to me, I'd hand you over to Akatsuki to end this wave of attacks on our villages, Danzo said, angering Sakura and especially Kakashi, who activated his Mangekyu Sharingan beneath his Hitai hate. Several Kages reacted badly to what Danzo said. Hey Hokage, or whatever your position is in Konoha, I don't think you should refer to the shinobi who defended Konoha in that way, said the Mizukage, defending the blonde man. The Mizukage is right. Jinchuriki are marginalized and cast aside for fear that they will lose control of the Bijou. But in the end, they are people and shinobi from our respective villages, commented the Tsuchikage. The conversation was interrupted as the flags of the elemental nations were cut down. And when everyone turned their gaze to the ceiling, there was Sasuke looking at them with his Sharingan active. Danzo Shimura, I have come to avenge my clan, the Uchiha said angrily, looking at the old man, who sighed and then turned his gaze towards the Konoha shinobi and let out a sigh of annoyance. This is considered a high act of treason, coming here with a deserter and terrorist to accuse me of such atrocities, Danzo remarked, rising from his chair and beginning to walk towards the office entrance, followed by his Ambu. The ANBU were attacked by Sasuke with a barrage of fireballs and began to scream in pain as they felt their skin burning. Upon seeing this, Danzo decided to flee, followed by Naruto, Kakashi, and Sasuke. Sakura stayed behind to protect the Kages with the help of Naruto's shadow clones. Danzo was running through the corridors of the place when he was stopped by a group of Naruto clones who began to attack Danzo, who eliminated them all with a powerful attack. Naruto let out a growl as he received the memories of his clones. Danzo eliminated my clones, sensei, Naruto said, running to Kakashi's side. Then it's time to use heavy artillery, replied the silver-haired man, raising his head to reveal his Mangekyu Sharingan. At that moment, Sasuke ran across the roof, leaving Naruto and Kakashi behind, who exchanged glances. Should we be worried about him? The blonde man asked Kakashi, who nodded. Just then, a small smoke bomb went off on Kakashi's shoulder. Pakin emerged from the smoke, holding a scroll in his mouth. Kakashi took it, and the little dog disappeared in a puff of smoke. What is that, sensei? The blonde boy asked curiously. This is the Hokage's response to the report I sent her a few days ago, Kakashi replied, opening the scroll and reading its contents. Naruto will have to arrest Sasuke too, and the Hokage wants you both alive, the silver-haired man replied, tucking the scroll into his vest. The blonde nodded, and the two picked up their pace, catching up to Sasuke, who, upon seeing them, simply grimaced and continued running. Upon reaching the exit, Naruto created multiple shadow clones that occupied most of the bridge, obstructing Danzo's path. Danzo stopped abruptly upon seeing the large number of clones, some of which performed a Rasengan, others were in sage mode, and still others had a covering of bubbling red chakra. This is impossible. No one can make that many clones, Danzo thought, turning around and seeing Sasuke, and behind the Uchiha, Kakashi and Naruto. The three prepared for combat against the old man, who began to remove the bandages from his arm. Naruto took out a kuni and put it in his mouth and made a Rasengan with his hands. Let the party begin, said the blonde with a smile, making Kakashi smile as he drew two kunai. Sasuke unsheathed his sword and began to summon his Susanoo, while all the clones prepared for the battle that was about to begin. Danzo swallowed hard, knowing he was about to face the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, who was an Uzumaki, the last Uchiha, and the ninja who could copy with a single blow. Chapter 12. I returned home. Outside the complex where the Kage summit was taking place, Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke were there because of a single man, Danzo Shimura. The Konoha team was there to arrest him, and Sasuke was there to assassinate the current Hokage in revenge for what he did to his clan. Do you think you're rivals for me? Danzo asked, looking at the three shinobi in front of him. Of course we believe it, traitor, Naruto replied, creating several shadow clones which began to concentrate natural energy. Naruto is going all out, Kakashi thought, watching the clones slowly rise, revealing their eyes and drawing their kunai, while Sasuke activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and summoned his Susanoo, and the silver-haired boy activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Everyone was ready to attack when Kakashi and Naruto's communicator activated, alerting them about enemies that had appeared. Kakashi ordered an attack, and the clones went to support the rest of the team. Sakura, are you there? The silver-haired man asked through his communicator, hearing Sakura's voice on the other end. Sakura, guide the Kages to an exit from the compound. We've received information that there are enemies in the area. Take charge of protecting the Kages and their companions, Kakashi said. As you command, Sensei, Sakura replied, cutting off communication. After that, Sasuke was the first to attack, and Danzo managed to dodge Susanoo's arm with difficulty. Meanwhile, Naruto's clones and the original blonde took advantage of the moment of the jump and attacked Danzo with their kunai, some of which managed to reach Danzo's body. The clones launched several blows at Danzo, who couldn't dodge them and was sent crashing to the ground. Kakashi began running, dodging the clones and Sasuke. As Kakashi performed a Chidori, Danzo saw the silver-haired man rapidly approaching above him. The silver-haired man landed on the ground with a loud crash, raising a large amount of dust. When the wind settled the dust, Kakashi's hand was buried in the ground. He looked up and saw the traitorous shinobi a few meters away. Kakashi frowned and let out a small growl of frustration. At that moment, Naruto lands in front of him with a Rasengan in each hand and launches himself towards Danzo, who jumps several meters avoiding the blonde boy, who smiles at Danzo's action. This disconcerted Danzo, who, upon landing, stared at the blonde man who dispelled the Rasengan and took out two kunai. Why is he smiling so much? Danzo wondered curiously, looking at Naruto. Attack now! Naruto shouted, and then thousands of Naruto clones emerged from the lower part of the bridge with Sage Mode activated, some holding kunai and others with Rasengan ready. The appearance of the clones surprised Sasuke and Danzo, while Kakashi watched with a smile from inside his mask. How ingenious you are, Naruto, thought Kakashi, approaching the blonde boy who joined his clones that attacked relentlessly with wind-style jutsus, Rasengan, and kunai that pierced the Sharingan that Danzo had on his body, causing them to be damaged. What are you waiting for, Sensei, to join the party? Several clones asked the pre-silver warrior, who launched himself into battle followed by Sasuke. Meanwhile, inside the building, explosions could be heard and slight tremors felt, while Sakura guided the Kages and their companions to the nearest exit. What's going on out there? Temari asked, looking at Sakura, who just sighed and looked at Temari. You wouldn't want to know, judging by the sound of the fight, it's best not to interfere. Temari, Kakashi-sensei, and Naruto are dealing with Danzo right now, Sakura replied, crossing one of the corridors and finding the back exit. Everyone followed Sakura. Everyone left the place and a large amount of smoke caught everyone's attention, who saw as a blonde shinobi fell with a kind of giant shuriken made of wind. When the blonde man fell, a huge explosion was heard, followed by a large dome of wind that caused many things near the fight to rise up and begin to fall in the surrounding area. At the scene of the fight, Naruto was getting up with the help of Kakashi, who was coughing a little. The blonde boy used a wind jutsu which dispelled all the dust, revealing a large part of the destroyed bridge and Danzo lying defeated in the middle of a crater, with no sign of Sasuke. We accomplished the mission, right, Sensei? Naruto asked curiously, looking around but not seeing the Uchiha anywhere. That's right, Naruto. Sasuke escaped, but our main objective was to stop Danzo, Kakashi replied, breathing heavily. Naruto nodded and then, through his communicator, asked the teams how they were doing in their matches. "We're fine, Naruto, but the guy you were fighting escaped," Kiba replied. "We also lost one, but we managed to stop one, and you'll be surprised, Naruto, because this girl claims to be an Uzumaki like you," Hinata replied, cutting off communication with the blonde boy. "An Uzumaki? Sensei, I have news from the teams. They managed to neutralize one of the enemies, but two of them escaped," Naruto said seriously. "All right, Naruto, the Hokage will want to question you, and I was also talking to Sakura and she told me that the Kages are safe and that they didn't encounter any enemies," said the silver-haired man. "Hearing that is really good, Sensei," Naruto said with a slight smile. Thus, the entire Konoha team reunited and were happy to see that everyone was all right. Kakashi and Yamato spoke with the Kages and explained a little about their mission and that Tsunade had recovered and would continue to be the Hokage. A little ways away from the Kages were the shinobi talking amongst themselves, recounting their battles. One name came up, and that was Hinata, who had defeated the unconscious prisoner, who blushed slightly at being the center of attention. "And no, it's not that long, guys," Hinata said, playing with her fingers and looking away, finding Naruto's face right in front of hers. This caused Hinata to faint and fall into Naruto's lap, alarming him and making him ask Sakura for help, while the rest of the teenagers laughed at the situation. A few weeks later, the Konoha team was walking along the path surrounded by trees, and in the distance, they all saw the gates of their beloved village. They all smiled at the sight, as they were tired and their families were waiting for them at home. But the happiest of all was Naruto, as it would be the first time since he became a shinobi that someone was waiting for him with a smile and open arms. That thought caused Naruto to start running towards the gates of Konoha. Everyone saw the blonde boy start running towards the village. No one stopped him because of Kakashi's orders, who knew better than anyone else on the team the reason why Naruto did that. Upon entering, everyone looked around for the blonde boy but couldn't find him. "All right, team, Yamato and I will deliver the report to the Hokage. You can all return home and get some well-deserved rest," said Kakashi, seeing that everyone nodded and began to leave, leaving Yamato and Kakashi at the entrance of Konoha next to two wooden crates in which they had brought Danzo's body and the prisoner. Naruto was running through the streets and across the rooftops of the village towards the hotel where the redhead was staying, but his progress was stopped when he saw the house that belonged to his parents. Remembering what he had asked the Hokage a month ago about that house, Naruto didn't think twice and headed towards that house. When he reached the stairs that would lead him to the door, he stopped for a few moments to contemplate what from now on would be his new home. Naruto went up the stairs and rang the doorbell, hearing footsteps approaching the door, which opened to reveal Kaneko, who was surprised to see the blonde boy. "Hello, Kaneko," the blonde boy greeted with a smile. "Hi, Naruto. Please come in," Kaneko said, stepping aside to let the blonde boy into the house. As she closed the door, Kaneko hugged him. "It's so good that you returned safely from your mission, Naruto," said the silver-haired woman, still hugging Naruto, who smiled and returned the hug. A few minutes later, Kaneko showed him the house, pointing out everyone's rooms and finally the room that would be his, which would be the main room of the house. After Kaneko showed the whole house to the blonde, Kaneko served him 2 cups of tea and gave one to Naruto. "And where are Rias and the rest of your friends?" Naruto asked, taking a sip of tea. "They're at the market, buying some things that ran out. They shouldn't be long." "They left about 20 minutes ago," the silver-haired woman replied. "Well, how is Akino?" the blonde man asked, looking at the silver-haired woman who smiled. "The vice president is doing very well. She had surgery a few days after you left on your mission, and the Hokage says her recovery is going more than well. She also said that if Asia helps her recover, she'll soon be able to leave the wheelchair and walk with crutches." Kaneko replied with a smile, making Naruto smile too. "I'm glad to hear that," said Naruto, finishing his tea and placing the cup on the table. Just then, they both heard voices approaching the door, and seconds later a girl with blue hair entered. She was surprised to see the blonde boy and then turned her eyes towards Kaneko, who put her teacup on the table and got up from the armchair. "Zenobia, this is Naruto Uzumaki, the friend, or future husband, of President Rias," said Kaneko. The ex-girlfriend stared at the blonde man for a few seconds and then smiled slightly. It's a pleasure to meet the famous Naruto Uzumaki in person. President Rias has spoken highly of you. My name is Zenobia Corda. The blue-haired woman introduced herself. The pleasure is all mine, Zenobia. Naruto replied with a big smile, which Zenobia returned. Just then, a brown-haired boy arrived at the door, saw the blonde boy, and tried to attack him. Naruto grabbed him by both hands and looked towards Kaneko and Zenobia. Friend or enemy? Naruto asked curiously. Friend. Kaneko replied. Sadly. Zenobia finished, seeing the stupid thing Issei had done. What are you talking about? You know perfectly well that we can't let strangers in here, Issei commented, freeing himself from Naruto's grip, who raised an eyebrow. Strange? The blonde wondered, staring intently at the brunette. Just then, something was heard landing softly outside the house next to the door, and seconds later Akino entered, smiling when she saw the blonde boy. Naruto? Akino asked with a smile, entering the house and hugging the blonde boy as best she could, who hugged her back. I'm glad to see you out of the house, Akino, said Naruto. Then the other members of the redhead's entourage arrived, introducing themselves to Naruto. Finally, Grafia entered, closed the door behind her, and was surprised to see the blonde boy. Oh, I didn't know you had returned, young Uzumaki. Welcome home, Grafia said, bowing. It's good to see you again, Grafia. Where's Rias? The blonde boy asked curiously. Young Gremory? She's meeting young Conan at the Hokage Tower, the silver-haired woman replied. Oh, I see, said the blonde man, sitting back down on the sofa, drinking some more tea, and chatting a bit with the boys. A few minutes later, the front door opened and Rias and Conan entered the house, finding it completely silent, which surprised the two demons since there was usually a lot of noise in the house. Rias, judging by how your shoes are here, that means they're here in the house, Conan said, pointing to the place where the shoes were kept. You're right, but there are a couple more. Wait, the boys know perfectly well that they can't invite anyone without my permission, Rias said somewhat seriously, entering the house and starting to go up to the second floor. I'm so mad. Keep watching? Or reading? I'm starting to feel like a fanfic character. It's so confusing, Conan said with a smile, following the redhead. Rias heard laughter coming from Akino's room. The redhead entered the room without warning. Can you tell me why you invited someone over without letting me know? Rias asked angrily, watching the group ignoring the blonde boy because of their anger. Rias, if you're referring to my 10. Naruto was interrupted by Rias. You shut up, Naruto. I asked a question. Naruto? Naruto, Rias shouted, launching herself at the blonde boy. He fell backward to the ground, being embraced by Rias. It's good to have you back. Are you all right? Were you hurt? How did your mission go? Rias asked, checking the blonde man all over. Calm down, Rias. I'm fine. I'm not hurt, and we completed the mission successfully, Naruto replied, blushing slightly as he saw Rias looking at his face for any injuries. That makes me very happy, Naruto, Rias said with a big smile, moving a little away from the blonde boy. And how long have you lived here? Naruto asked curiously, looking at the redhead. A few weeks ago, Rias replied, sitting next to the blonde man who was drinking tea. The afternoon passed and night fell, and everyone was in their rooms. The house was quiet, and Naruto was finishing tidying his things in his room when the sound of knocking on the door caught his attention. Naruto gave permission for them to enter. A few seconds later, the door opened and Naruto could see that it was Rias. Hey Rias, do you need anything? Naruto asked, placing a couple of photos on the nightstand. No, I just wanted to talk to you. Naruto? Rias said, closing the door and seeing that Naruto indicated she could sit next to him. Rias sat down next to Naruto and gave him a surprise hug, which the blonde boy reciprocated seconds later. I wanted to thank you for what you've done for me, Naruto, Rias said, breaking the hug with a smile. You don't have to thank me, Rias. I do it gladly, Naruto replied, letting out a small sigh. What's wrong, Naruto? The redhead asked curiously, looking at the blonde boy. Well, during the mission, a girl appeared who was accompanying Sasuke, and well, she's a prisoner and all. But what's most striking, well, at least to me, is that this girl's last name is Uzumaki, said Naruto. What's wrong with that? She's part of your family? Why are you getting so upset about it? Rias asked curiously. I don't think I explained myself well. What happened is that the Uzumaki clan was exterminated by the other villages, and the only known survivor was my mother. Of course, during the time she lived, there was always speculation that there were more survivors, but that could never be confirmed until I appeared. I always believed I was the only one left, and now that this girl has appeared, I have so many questions I want to ask her because I want to know more about my clan, besides what I've read in books, Naruto replied with a sigh. Rias was a little surprised by what the blonde boy told her. She took his hands. Look, Naruto, the first thing you need to do is stay calm, and the second is to ask very specific questions. Don't bombard her with too many questions, because you might overwhelm her and prevent her from answering certain things. And most importantly, be overjoyed, because she's your direct family, and for the moment, the only hope the Uzumaki clan has of disappearing completely, Rias said with a smile, which calmed Naruto a little. Thanks, Rias. I honestly didn't know who else to tell this to, and I just had to get it off my chest, or I was going to be really anxious until I could talk to Karen, Naruto said calmly. Naruto, as long as I'm here, you'll always have someone to listen to you and give you advice, Rias said, getting out of bed and stretching a little. Well, Goldilocks, I won't bother you anymore. I'll leave you to rest, Rias said, walking towards the door. Have a good night, Rias. See you in the morning, said Naruto, seeing Rias smile at him, and then he closed the door. A few minutes later, the light in Naruto's room went out. In another dimension, the large doors of a room opened, revealing the silhouette of a man walking down the hallway and approaching a table where other people were seated and waiting for him. You're late, Sasuke, Razor said seriously from his seat. I'm sorry for the delay. I was reviewing some things that would help us with our plans, replied the redhead. What were those matters you had to attend to? Razor's mother asked curiously. Well, you see, as you know, I've already been to the world where Rias is, but I didn't memorize the steps to get to that dimension. Returning is easy, while getting there is the complicated part, so I had to infiltrate the castle to duplicate this, the redhead replied, taking a scroll from his coat and leaving it open. Everyone saw a type of hand seal and a magic circle with a small circle in the middle containing a spiral line.